Hoje eu tô feliz, tô sem nada na cabeça. Eu não vou sair daqui até que amanheça. Eu não vou sair daqui. Eu não vou sair daqui. Até que amanheça. Eu não vou sair daqui. Eu não vou sair daqui. Hoje eu tô feliz, tô sem nada na cabeça. Eu não vou sair daqui até que amanheça. Hoje eu tô feliz, tô sem nada na cabeça. Eu não vou sair daqui até que amanheça. Eu não vou sair daqui.
Welcome back to the party, everybody! This is the Overlord Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. This is a new stream if you just came from the gaming stream. If not, either way, hit that like and subscribe. You know I'll do it for you, and let's party! What is good? What is good? What is good? We got Celibate Scorpion. Welcome. We'll get back to this in a minute. We got Real Black Betty Bam Bam. Our boy Glow in Dark. Welcome to the party. And Frank is just shy of getting back in my good graces. I mean, he did get a 24-hour thing. So, you know. Oh, did I put that on here? I don't think I put that on here. Okay. Give me a shake in it. Give me a shake in it. So we covered, the entire debate between Andrew Wilson and, really? Take two. Okay, we covered the entire debate between Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens, and I think we had a little bit too simple of a perspective. And after listening to Dave Smith and his opinion on this, I think we might have been wrong. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't stand by everything that I said. I stand by everything that I said, any of the streams, any of the clips. So I should have got this up. Boom. Okay. Okay, all right. Okay. So, I think there were a number of places where we looked too narrowly, and the fact that we talked about how Andrew went in specifically to expose Candace for being a fraud, and he absolutely did that. Unfortunately, that's what percentage of people do we think really understand that was the goal? I think Andrew did a good job of making it clear to people who were already on his side what he was doing, but to everyone else, it just seemed like he was, going underhanded and didn't handle things that well. And then, of course, people already don't like Andrew. So let's dive into this. And we don't necessarily have to watch the whole thing, but there are some very interesting points that I think point out blind spots that I had. And if I had them, then I think you guys might have had them as well. Did we miss anybody? We got a pizza boy. Welcome. So what did Celibate Scorpion say? Hands down, she won. She presented way more evidence than his blurry video and unverified text. The graded fingerprints of Tyler, along with other fingerprints, are a major piece of evidence. Wilson's wife made him look even more stupid when she admitted Candace had been investigating for 11 months now, while Andrew had 6 days to prepare, which meant he basically knew nothing. Are we to believe Andrew, who has way less credibility due to his ignorance on the case, didn't even know the actual charges? And so that's part of where those of us who are like, oh, so you are saying he lost because he couldn't name all the things. Let's just dive into it. It is rather interesting. As always, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to a brand new episode of Part of the Problem. I am Dave Smith, and of course, he is Robbie the Fire Bernstein. How are you, sir?
Oh, I had a magical porch the other day, and we had a fun time out in Appleton, Wisconsin.
We sure did.
The club, not the town. I still stand by last year's remarks.
Great people. And it was streamed on Patrick David's channel. So it was streamed on another huge channel, too. And then I don't know the numbers on, I'm sure on Twitter, on Spotify, and all that. I mean, this is, I don't know, but like how many people actually saw like the Lincoln Douglas debates? You know what I mean? Like, it was like the audience there, or it's crazy that we live in a world where these things happen.
So that's already the first point, that we have to understand how broad the audience was for this debate. In the debate world, yeah, Andrew Wilson is like top dog, everybody knows, blah, blah, blah. But this is in a different realm. This is in the mainstream realm. This is not the fact that it is, something that we know very well. It's a very different thing. Shout out to Vigilante TV. Welcome. So Andrew lost when he started clip chimping her. I honestly think he lost even earlier on. And again, I want to reiterate, I don't think his shtick was destroyed. I just think that he didn't do a good enough job of demonstrating what he was trying to do. Maybe we'll look into the I'll ask Grok to get me the back and the what am I trying to say? The fucking conversation on X that they had, where it was never about Andrew proving anything. It was always about, hey, Candace is saying all of these things and, being disrespectful to Erica and TPUSA and so on and so forth. Where's the evidence for your claims? And so in that, he did a good job of demonstrating that she doesn't have any evidence for her claims. But she did a very good job at rephrasing it such that wasn't really her burden. Everybody was happy with just, well, yeah, I'm Candace and my ideas could be right. And everybody was okay with that. And that's Andrew's fault for not highlighting that more. He should have been saying over and over and over and over and over again, you have zero evidence, you have zero evidence, you have zero evidence, you have zero evidence. He hopped on it a little bit, but not too much. Shout out to Krieger. Welcome. So I think Andrew won the first half of the debate. Candace pushed the second half. She's snarky. He pushed back. She's better at the mean girl act. I think he was definitely, she was stronger earlier on because that was more of the facts of the case and stuff. The second half was more about Candace's claims. But again, she did a good job of reframing that as, oh, I'm not wrong. You can't prove that I'm wrong, which was not the initial thing. The initial thing was to say, hey, you're saying things that you don't have any justification for. But
of course, obviously, it's about a very sensitive subject that people are very understandably emotional about. Anyway, it was a big spectacle.
Big to do.
And I did think it was kind of interesting. I perhaps, Rob, I have a little bit different of a perspective on this thing because I'm uniquely interested in politics and debating. I love it. I know all three people involved, and I've done some pretty high-profile debates myself. So I kind of see these things in maybe a little bit different of a way. But yeah, let's get into a bunch of it. I guess I should just come out and say up top, and then we can get into all the details. But disclaimer, I like and respect everybody involved here. I don't have I don't have a horse in the race in that sense. And in fact, I overall agree with Andrew on a lot of the points that he made, but I just see no way around the fact that this was a big win for Candace. And
that's where everything is going to come out in the wash. That what was the actual effect of this? You and I, who think, oh yeah, Andrew did exactly what he wanted to do. We already knew that Candace didn't have any backing for her claims. Does anybody else think that? Andrew's operating in the framework of guilty till proven innocent, and Candace is operating of innocent till proven guilty. She's going to win the public off that alone. And again, this is where I disagree. He's not operating on that. He's operating on I don't have an opinion. I'm just saying you are full of shit. Simply put. And again, it's Andrew's fault for not framing it that it's not this. Pizza Boy said, I just want to see Jesse on fire on a high-level debate again. It's funny how bad he did with Destiny. Well, it's interesting because I saw that he did a video on the debate, and I listened to this in the car when I was driving to work, and it's crazy that I listened to Jesse and I was like, bro, what? How did you even get that from this? And then we listened to Dave, and it's a lot. It's not, oh my God, Candace is amazing. Candace is right. That's not what this is. And that is why we have to do this. Shout out to Randy. Welcome to the party. Maybe. I don't think so, but you know. Yeah, as I'm sitting here being like, you know what, guys? I was wrong. Candace won. Leader said the 75 confident that Tyler is guilty. Right, but the idea is the idea was that he wanted to get her in the chair and hold her feet to the fire. Full stop. That was the goal. That was the intention. That was the objective. That he did. The problem is that it was framed as a who knows more about the case debate. And that in that framework, Candace wins. It doesn't matter if we know what, 3D chess that Andrew was doing for this, that, and the other. It comes down to the performance itself. And what do we always fucking say? Debates are for the audience. And if you are not associated with Andrew and or already hate Candace, everybody thinks that she won. And that's how it goes. This shows how retarded the right can be. How can Candace win when everything she says is assumption? Because it's about framing. And let's not pretend that Candace is on the right anymore. Candace is a wine mom conspiracy theorist. And I mean, more power to her. But she's not a political pundit anymore and hasn't been for a long time. Pizza Boy said, I don't even agree with Destiny, but it was funny seeing MMA content creator thinking he can take on Destiny in the debate. Yeah, it's not quite the same as, verbal BJJ is not quite the same thing. That's a good name. Somebody should use that. Got her. Well, it's a massive W for Lutch for being willing to reevaluate, even if the take is always the takeaway is the same, more or less. Well, thank you, sir. Very, very much appreciated. I don't like either of them, but I'm a lefty, so that's expected. And that's where it got weird because, again, the mentality that Andrew had was, hey, by putting all this out, you're damaging the right. And so that's why he wanted to go in and do that. But he didn't do a good enough job, as you'll see. Because Dave's on the right. I mean, he's not a Republican by any means. But if Dave's on the right, Robbie's on the right, the co-host here. They're both on the right. But they have a very different opinion. Shout out to Humble Pie. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right.
But I just see no way around the fact that this was a big win for Candace, and it was a loss for Andrew. Now, I think some people are making way too much of that. I've saw people out there saying like his career's over, and I don't think that's true. Andrew's a very smart guy. He's a very talented debater. He's had a very big year. He was on Rogan a couple times. He's done huge shows. I think Andrew's going to have a great career and go on to do more stuff. And
the fact, again, that he did what he went there to do is all he needs to ever say about that. I think the pickle jar is way worse. The pickle jar is way worse for his career than that debate was. And that you look sniz. Those were the two worst moments of his career. I mean, I think you might call this debate number 3, but still. Exactly. Andrew made the right look worse. Dave and Robbie are libertarians. Well, I mean, I think both parties, yeah, Andrew and Candace, made the right look bad. Vigi said, I think Andrew is the one doing more damage to the right in this instance. Take it from a leftist, infighting is always a bad thing. And fair, but I do think again, what Andrew's mindset was that Candace is causing the infighting. Maybe he's wrong about that. Maybe you're absolutely right. But that's the mindset. We got Matt King in the building. Welcome. Yeah, we actually just did a 2-hour gaming stream. I think we're going to do a little bit more often. It was, oh, wait, I didn't tag everybody here. It was Winnie the Pooh baseball, but it was the hardest fucking game I think I've ever played in my life. Hardest game I ever played in my life. Welcome. So again, let's let him cook for a little bit, and then we'll get into exactly what are we talking about and why are we changing our mind or amending our statements.
And I like and respect Andrew. I think he's got a lot of good points to make. Look, we can get into a lot of the details, which I guess we'll do that now. But I'll just start by saying this, and then you can give your general thoughts.
Shout out to the Zucker. Welcome. I think Straight A did better in a debate with Andrew than Candace Owens did. Well, again, and that depends on how are you framing this, because I agree. I think Andrew won. But is that how non-Crucible people are seeing it? And I'm not talking about just Candace fans. I'm talking about people who, for all intents and purposes, don't have a dog in the fight.
Really felt this way, actually, I guess maybe like a couple days before the debate when I was thinking about it, because I kind of couldn't believe it actually came to fruition. But I was like, and I think this kind of played out. The tactic that Andrew used to get this debate, where he made a big spectacle and he raised a ton of money, or he spent money, I don't know, but he gave her like $300,000, I think, to do this debate, and he called her out on Rogan, and that tactic works so well while you're selling it. When you're on Rogan and you have a little clip where you go, dude, I'm going to give you $300,000 to debate me. But that works very well, because it's like, wow, dude, you're raising so much money because you're that confident that you're going to just like eviscerate this person. Like, you're going to go there and you're going to damage them. That's why you're willing to give them this money. Even though you think they're doing something really bad, you're going to reward them with a huge sum of money because the payoff is going to be so worth it that you're going to. And as you approach the act.
So again, we're the framing of people who aren't going in with the know-how of this is what Candace is doing and this is what that person's thinking and blah, 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 blah. Gregor, thank you for hanging out, brother. You have a good one. When you're going to frame it like that, then it has to be decisive. It has to be only the Candace hardcores who are saying that Candace won. And that didn't happen.
Actual debate, once it's accepted, that now becomes a burden. It's a big onus on you.
I disagree. I feel like he was just like, Andrew sucks. I don't like Andrew.
That you kind of got to destroy this person. And when you see Patrick Bet David, look, the consensus seems to be that she won. There was a poll with like 150,000 people. Candace took like the super majority of it. She took like 70% of it. And I had a poll that I put up after, didn't have that many, but had like 60,000 people, and same thing. She took the super majority. And it's just like,
those are the people who are not pulling for Candace or pulling for Andrew. As much as I have my issues with Andrew, I definitely was pulling for Andrew because I feel like the slide from political pundit to what she's doing now is damaging, but Vigi makes a point when he says that this debate specifically might be even more damaging.
On some level, you kind of can't get past that. When you pay this much money to make a debate happen, you have to win. The consensus has to be that you won, and that's not the consensus. So
well, that's what I was saying yesterday. That is very clear that he won in his attempt to call her out, but that was only half of the debate.
On that alone, you kind of take an L, but whatever. I'm curious what your thoughts are, Rob, on.
Yeah. So again, if we look at the planning that they did on X, it was very, very, very late in the game that Candace was, she wanted this to happen, that happened, and that happened. It was late in the game when he offered the fact that he would argue for overwhelming evidence for Tyler Robinson being the killer. That was a concession that he made to get her at the table, get her sitting in the chair. But he didn't do a good enough job of showing, yeah, of course I don't know. The trial hasn't happened yet, you stupid bitch. I just said that so you get here. And then that part of the debate is over. You're like, yeah, I'll take an L on that bullshit. Obviously, nobody fucking knows. Okay, how about you? The one who's actually been making claims. That was accomplished, but not to the degree that people who aren't in the know can see what's going on. We got Brian Thorpe. Welcome. Lost to B. Candace, but lost to Stu Peters. I think cooked some Andrew stew that day. Some Andrew. Welcome.
We can start general and then kind of get into specifics.
All right. Well, I'm going to take a slightly different approach here. I'm going to say that I don't know any of the individuals involved, and I just don't like Andrew Wilson. And I'm working with overwhelming evidence, which is just my personal feelings of seeing this guy on occasion and just going, I don't like him. And if I will clarify what I'm working off of when I say I don't like him, which I'll repeat again to make it clear and really blow up relationships of yours, you have no ownership of this. I'm a different person.
I like it. I like Andrew.
But go ahead. I think from what I've seen of Andrew, it's less of a pursuit of finding truth as much as it is the sportsmanship of debating, which does not personally appeal to me. I'm not actually interested.
So already, what are we talking about? I don't like that you came in and was just trying to get a gotcha on her. Well, that's what he won. He effectively showed that she's full of shit. But that's not what people were interested in.
In debating, and I find it more engaging. Like, debates can be engaging. The way that he's going about it and his pursuit of it does not really, I don't find interesting or rewarding. Why?
And let's not forget the first time that Dave and Andrew interacted, and immediately they were talking about libertarianism, whatever, and then it went to, well, how do you ground your morality?
I particularly think he lost this debate is kind of what I was mocking him for up front, is that he's very demanding of that everything's got to be perfectly thought out and well-reasoned. And he basically just folded when he came in and said, my personal feelings are that it's overwhelming evidence, and he never actually stated a case for it. And so the reason why he's the big loser to me is, I mean, you got to hear this again because I already said it to you. If you give me a debate with Fauci during COVID where I could give Fauci, let's say, $10 million so he actually would have sat down with me, he would have walked out ruined.
Yeah.
Because I would have had the questions to ask him. I don't need to litigate it here because I've done it 100 times, but there are common sense questions.
I disagree. Her whole thing was Tyler Robinson was a patsy. Shit's going on with Israel. Shit's going on with France. Shit's going on with Egypt. Shit's going on with Erica. Shit's going on with TPUSA. Did she get any evidence for any of that? Not a single shred of evidence for any of those claims, which again is what Andrew wanted to show. But he only showed those of us who knew already that that's what he was trying to do.
Questions I could have asked him, he would not have had an answer to. And you would have gone, how does a comedian take down supposedly the world's biggest scientist? He would have been ruined. Yeah. Andrew was the 100%. Challenger. He came in there to go, I'm going to ruin you. He never actually stated a case for why he thought there was overwhelming evidence, demanded an intellectual honesty from her that he was not applying to himself. And
you can't argue that going into a debate being like, yeah, I don't really care about the prompt, I just want to get you, is not good faith.
More than anything, I think if nobody...
Even if we think that it's justified and funny.
...knew anything about this trial whatsoever and decided to watch that debate, they walked away thinking, there's something screwy here. Now that's...
There's something screwy here. That does not go against what Andrew was saying. very obviously was some kind of assassination. We're not going to get the full story, and the official narrative is going to have some level of bullshit. Andrew was supposed to clearly state, yes, there's something screwy here. That does not connect to he was a patsy. Just saying things. Yeah.
It's not to say that there aren't some gaps in Candace's conclusions, but I think you'd be more open to Candace's outlook of the incident than, hey, this kid is definitely the shooter.
All right.
See, and that's what they're fucking focusing on.
Guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is Goldback, a great company, an amazing product. If you haven't watched, I interviewed their CEO. Because listen, I understand you don't like Andrew, and also I think even Andrew would probably acknowledge he's not the most likable person, and he doesn't make any attempt to be more likable. Like, he doesn't mind, bothering people, and that's fine. And look, I will say this: Andrew's a very talented debater. He is a very good debater. He also uses a lot of tactics, and personally, I feel like he doesn't need them for the most part. But they didn't work in this debate, and for reasons. But I'll say this: I also did feel, and I could be wrong about this, but I felt like he was a little bit tight, like he was a little bit nervous in the debate, and that didn't help.
I mean, fair enough. Like, I would be nervous too on that. $300,000 on the line, and that you're going in to say, that thing. I don't believe that, but it showed.
Also, it's a really big moment. That's a big moment. It's a little bit different. It's like there is more pressure, and he put a lot of pressure on himself in this debate. To your point, number one, I understand people could say maybe I'm like, this is just optics or something, but
that's what debates are. But I said, I don't think it matters who won to me, due to the fact something felt off about Charlie being assassinated, the ludicrous evil reaction from the so-called degenerate lefties. Very, very true. Hey, shout out to FB in the building with a big $20. Thank you. So, very, very much. Let's pull this down and get Morty his treat. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. Thank you so very, very much. And, of course, that hits the goal, which means we are turning off the ads for the entire stream. Everybody put FB in the chat and say, thank you so very, very much. FB said, Candace has a bigger audience, so of course more people side with her. Andrew pointed out Tyler Robinson's text about doing it. Andrew, I like Andrew and used to like Candace, but she did much better against Destiny than him. And so this is exactly what I was thinking for the last, since it happened. And again, we covered it in full from start to finish. But this is only the perspective you can have if you know stuff about Andrew outside of the debate. Outside of the fact that we're going in here to make Candace look bad. We're going in here to show that Candace does not have the evidence. He didn't do a good enough job of showing people that that's what he was doing, and that doing that was justified. Everybody's thinking, well, who was more likely, Tyler Robinson or somebody else? And so the whole somebody else belongs to Candace because she did a good job of reframing her positive claims as just saying, well, it's possible. So she was dishonest in that fact. But it worked. And that's what the debate is. Thank you again for the big $20. Let's update that banner. That is 82 points out of 250 for the week. Thank you. And, of course, 1 out of 15 donos for the night and 20 out of $75. Thank you so very, very much. And W8 PP. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Interesting. I'm looking through all this in the lens of someone who watches a fuckload of true crime. I think a lot of the evidence we have seen posted on social media and shit so far has been fabricated, especially the text. Bingo. That's what Andrew was trying to show. But nobody understood that except for the people who already knew that that's what he was trying to do. Okay, so let's just go straight from Grok. So August 7th, Candace, So that's when she's changed it to 500K. Wilson travels with her, live stream, no smoking, and TP really, saying that that he was there for TP USA. He said, "My counter back, 500K is fine. I will found counter, $1 million, neutral ground. Michael Knowles as a moderator. Debate has to be 3.5 hours along with cross examinations. She can go first, examine my views on the Kirk assassination as long as I get an hour for cross exam. Understand she's pregnant, blah, blah, blah. The only stipulation I can't agree to is the TPUA has to claim Andrew thing. That is requesting we both lie. Fair enough. All seems reasonable. Blah, 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 blah. So that is where it started. We want to question you on your claims, and you can ask me any. So then we have, I'll accept your initial 300, but I think this was Candace saying, I accept your initial 300, but I want it in person in my studio to overcome your suspicion that my team will be working against you. You can bring your own team. Again, you can bring your own team, handpicked, we are debating the case against Tyler Robinson and the surrounding evidence. This is the final offer, which is effectively your initial offer. I place. So can I get a clarification? Second, the topic itself. All claims made by yourself about the case pertaining to Tyler Robinson and Charlie's assassination are on the table, and we each get at least an hour to cross-examine the other many claims. That's what he was doing. That's what he was doing there. The rest of the format, I can give the proposal, blah, 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 3.5 hours. Yes, you can bring your cameraman, 4 members of your team, approved your moderator. You don't have this weird stipulation regarding 1 hour cross-examinations, as long as it takes, no time limit, blah, 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 blah. She followed up, minor details like openings, iron out, do we have an agreement? Then we have an agreement that if you have your claims cross-examined, this debate isn't specific to just the evidence against Robinson by the state. That's improper framing. It's a debate also about your claims regarding this case and Charlie Kirk's assassination. Do you agree that you also need to support the claims you have made as well? So let's see where we get into the overwhelming. She rejected the unfocused free-for-all, and repeated the claim of overwhelming evidence that that Robinson did it, which would undercut alternative theories if proven. Proposed the okay. So one question: when in this exchange did someone first bring up the notion that Tyler Robinson either did or didn't have, quote, overwhelming evidence? Jesus Christ. Evidence. Hey, shout out to a real black Betty, bam bam. The $2 make you holla, Mr. Dog. We feed the puppy. Every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. Thank you. So very, very much. That brings us to 84 out of 250 for the week. 2 out of 15 for the night, and 22 out of 75 for the night with Rick Black Betty. Thank you. So very, very much. Bam, bam. All right. Shout out to Eva B. Black Betty said we need a per capita poll per 100,000. Right. Libby said the debate did not happen in a vacuum. The bullet not decapitating him is weird. Erica and hot pants and fireworks doing telethon and all that is gross. Right, but how is that evidence of her claims? That's the part that Andrew didn't show. Yes, all of that is correct. That doesn't mean that she has the positive proof for the claims that she's making. It just comes down to, well, isn't that weird? And the official story doesn't make sense or doesn't fit. Agreed. That is not the same as Tyler Robinson was a patsy and Israel and TPUSA and Erica were in on it. So, but Scorpion said, I knew Tyler was not a lone wolf since the very beginning, before Candace even covered anything. There is definitely a lot of weird shit. I think, yeah, Andrew just didn't articulate that he was there to be underhanded. Now, I think there's a justification to why he wanted to be underhanded, whether you agree or disagree that it was underhanded or that he had the reason. But that's what he was there for. And he didn't do a good enough job of showing that. So beginning, I said, it's the mastermind suspects behind the assassination were Destiny and Jimmy Kimmel's son, Hunter, who is part of Destiny's Unfuck America tour. Jesus. And Tyler had participation, but obviously didn't do it as a bullet doesn't match the neck trauma. I don't know. We will definitely see. Why would she final counter back down to 300 instead of accessing the 500K? I think she was saying that since TPUSA is doing it and they're $1 million whatever, then it's 500. And he was like, yeah, no, that's not happening. Like, I can raise more money if you want, but I got the 300. And she's like, all right, whatever. That is a good question. The whole Unfuck America tour was grifting off of the coattails of Charlie Kirk. So that don't really make too much sense. Don't let these people convince you Candace won anything. First of all, we all fucking lost. And that is what I'm talking about. Candace became richer, and Charlie is still gone, and she made herself look foolish, but for 300K, she'll eat it. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. What I want to make clear is that thinking that Andrew won only works in a certain context. And most people are not viewing it through that context. And so even if they are wrong, public opinion is public opinion. Shout out to Minar. As I've said always, if you want to come through, come on through. If you want to hit me up, hit me up. I don't schedule things in the middle of a stream in the chat. Right, because he wanted to get her in the chair. What are you asking? All right, so I asked, when in the exchange did someone first bring up the notion that Tyler Robinson either did or didn't have overwhelming evidence, and I didn't close the quote. Candace first introduced the specific phrasing of overwhelming evidence in this public X-planning exchange. We will debate, where's that? Yeah, Friday, August 7th, and this started, man. So this is, near the end. So late in the day midday on the 7th. We will debate the Tyler Robinson case and the evidence which you claim is overwhelming. She was explicitly attributing the overwhelming claim to Wilson based on his earlier public statements on Joe Rogan. This is the earliest use of that language in the negotiation thread itself. And so that is my point. That he didn't do a good enough job of showing this is why I'm here. I'm not trying to prove the state's case. I'm trying to prove that Candace is full of shit. He did do that, but people didn't know that that's what he was doing. And so they think he lost because they thought he was saying, Tyler definitely did it. When that's not what he was saying. Doesn't he mean enough to do it? I mean, he's fucking crazy, but I don't know about that. Candace was obviously in love with Charlie. Erica's behavior drove her into a murderous rage. Very possible. You don't... Something being recorded practicing crouching down just like he did when asked... just like he did when he asked Charlie Kirk the final question in their odd group chats. Destiny saying we're fucked on 9/10. I mean, hey, I am certainly not claiming to know all the evidence and the ins and outs and all of that shit. So if you guys have more information than me, you believe what you believe. All right, dive back in here.
I'm like, this is just optics or something. But, you know, the point of these pursuits is to move the audience. I mean, that's the goal here. And so that...
No, again, so if, let's say it's you and me. It's like, King, I'll give you $300K to come and debate me because I know that Candace Owens is behind you. And Candace Owens can afford it. Now it's like, bro, I'm really not with Candace Owens. Like, I just believe her. You're like, okay, all right. Well, then your initial offer of 3 is fine. Right, yeah, because she thought that it was coming from TPUSA, not from the Crucible. When she realized, oh, it is actually coming from the Crucible, I'm not going to ask for another $200K from someone who's poorer than I am.
Does matter. It's not just your argument. It's also, and I got to say, I was surprised by a few things. Number one, I was really surprised. I just expected, I expected Andrew to come in with a mastery of the case. Like, I've got this thing, and I did not get that from him.
It was clear. It was clear that she knew the case better than him, which, again, fair enough. She's been fucking balls deep in it for the last year. But...
And there were several points in it where it was just like, oh, that did not... And I thought reading his opening was a huge mistake. Like, dude, this is the biggest show of your life. This is the biggest debate in the country. We're all watching. This is like, you created this moment that now got millions and millions of people to watch it. You got memorize your opening, man. Remember the arguments. And if you're going, it becomes so not human when you're very closely sitting to Candace and Patrick David, and you're reading off your phone, your opening argument.
This is something that I've been hearing. People talk, oh, he was reading off his phone. Maybe it's in the context of, like, he didn't know the case and he didn't know his opening statement. But as you guys said, 93% of you say, no, it's not weird. I always say it looks better printed out on a piece of paper. It just looks less, it looks more professional. But this is a very, very weird thing. And Dave does debates. Like, someone on my TikTok was like, oh my God. I was like, look at any debate on modern day debate, Speakeasy, Horseradish, any of those platforms. Even go to Oxford. At the Oxford debates, they have the opening statements. I'm very confused as to why that's all of a sudden a weird thing. So Dave's tripping there. But hey, I told you I'd be fair. Petrie said, I think we've been at each other's throats the last 12 years, so much so that some seem to love being able to hate more than their care for whether or not they're being used to hate. And for some, it's become their life. 1,000%. That's why I was never interested in a Trump third term, because it's just going to be more of this. It's going to be more of this. Now, I'm not saying that without Trump, everything's going to be all hunky-dory. But, I mean, TDS is a very, very real thing.
And Patrick David, and you're reading off your phone, your opening argument, while you're making like these declarative statements about her and how she's ruining the conservative movement, but you're not like looking at her. You're reading it off of your phone. So I thought that was very bad. And I got to say, it was almost like, I thought there was a way he could have gone at her that would have been much more successful. But the way of, like, by the time you got...
Well, hey, I came in, because remember, this one I listened to in full, but I mean, I listened to my shit at 2.4 in the car. I listened to this, and I went in being like, well, how could you possibly think that? And by the end, I was like, oh shit, we got to cover this. So keep your panties on and trust that TIJ has got you some real shit. This is going to be the best opinion you will find on the internet.
Her that would have been much more successful.
Not him, me.
But the way of, like, by the time you got through this, him reading his opening and then the first round of like back and forth, he's already in his opening defined overwhelming evidence as evidence that convinces me, which is like, that's really bad.
Appeal.
So it does seem that, again, the optics of it is that he's defining it in such a way that is not intellectually honest. He is reading when she's just winging it. That's the optics from the beginning, before the debate even starts.
Like your own authority.
Yes, it's like, and then Candace needled him with that throughout the debate. She goes, "Oh, I guess it came to me in a dream," mocking how that's really no more of a standard than it came to me in a dream, which is like a fair point. So first he says that. Then Pat asked him the question.
Well, you know that I'm very angry about the files and the crypto stuff, right? Doesn't mean that Kamala would have been better.
So first he says that. Then Pat asked him the question, and he goes 75%, which certainly that sounds a whole lot less confidence than some of the statements Andrew had been making before that. And 75% is like, I was shocked Candace didn't jump on it right away, because then she says 0, and that created a crazy contrast. But 75% is like, oh, that's acquittal.
And so again, with the 0%, if Candace is willing to say there's a 0% chance, that means she is certain that it's not him. Okay, so what is the evidence that you have? That is where he should have jumped on that. Because she said 0% as if she's certain of a thing that hasn't happened yet, and we don't have all the evidence.
I understand the trial hasn't started yet, but 75% is we got to acquit, right? I mean, I don't know exactly what percentage you put beyond a reasonable doubt, but that's way over 75. You don't convict people for 75%. So like,
and then I'm overwhelming is beyond a reasonable doubt and overwhelming are not the same things. But perception is reality.
I thought that was kind of why I thought 75% is a number that justifies Candace's entire pursuit. And so then
another thing that people are hearing. Well, wait a minute. If you're only that only 75% sure, what is the problem with Candace asking questions and theorizing? The answer is that she's doing more than that and confusing people and muddying the waters, but he didn't say that.
It was the point. Again, this is all very early on in the debate. Then she started asking, if you remember, Rob, at one point about so essentially she brings up a tweet of his where he goes, "There's overwhelming evidence. Come here, man." And it lists off these things. It goes, "Dude, there's 4 different pictures of him on the video camera. There's his gun with the DNA evidence. There's this, there's that," right? Like he has this tweet where, look, dude, the evidence is overwhelming. And then as she grills him about this, he kind of doesn't really have a thing to be like, no, like she essentially goes, "Well, look at all these photos. I've seen these photos. You can't tell a single one of them's Tyler Robinson." And then instead of just conceding that that's not really good, he tries to do the game of like, "Well, no, it's evidence because it's in context and it's supported by other evidence." And then she's like, "But what's the other evidence?" But you're like, "No, but what? You just lost. You lost that, man. If you don't have a response to the fact that I can't tell, like, again, I'm somebody who I'm not a criminologist. I don't know detective work and forensics and any of this. So speak to me like I'm really stupid." But what was the response to that? "Oh, well, then that evidence is gone." So the first thing you mentioned is gone now because you don't have a defense. Then
were you here when he was here, or are you just saying that?
She makes her argument. There were lots of arguments there where I thought maybe there was an opening for, because there must be more evidence than just hearsay, right? And maybe there is an answer to why fingerprints would be degraded, even if that doesn't represent the chronological order of events. You know what I'm saying here, Rob? I don't know anything about that, but Andrew didn't offer. I was almost waiting even for him to go like, "Well, this doesn't prove anything. Maybe he wiped the gun." Or like, I don't know. I don't know the answer, but he didn't seem to know. So essentially what I thought had happened is that by the time that opening period was over, he had essentially, like, I think in his mind, he was almost like, "I'm going to fight her even on that first one, and then I'm going to destroy her in the second half." But he actually lost the first half, and I don't think he ever recovered from that deficit. Because by the end of it, it just became a thing that it was like, okay, so like, you're saying it's overwhelming that he did it. She's saying it's overwhelming that he didn't. Neither one of you can really back up the claim that it's overwhelming. And it just became a thing of like, you're both going in this direction. But there was never really the moment, like, where Andrew really connected the dots. Like,
boom. Everyone is looking at this at who had more evidence? Whose story is more likely to this, that, the other? That was not what Andrew was doing. And so if everybody thinks that was what Andrew was doing, then he failed. Even if you and I know that he was like, we just want to make Candace or show that Candace is full of shit. Even if you and I know that. Even if we just looked at the conversation and saw that was a last-minute concession that he made specifically to talk about her claims. Optics, perception is reality.
Thought he was going to set up for some type of at least attempted home run swing at the end, but he never really went. He
came through. I was I don't know if you guys saw, but I did a gaming stream earlier, and he came through and was like, "Oh, I got a game for you." I thought I was going to be on some bullshit, but I guess we're cool, as he was like, "Play this game. It was a fun game, and pretty cool. He didn't attack her motives. Her motive is to destroy Erica and TPOSA as long as Erica runs it. I would have called her an angry, jilted girl who didn't get picked. That would have worked a little bit better. That a little bit. I mean, maybe, give a little bit of framing for that. But yeah, exactly. And so those of us who know that's what the goal was, that goal was accomplished. The goal of any debate, convince the audience that you are more right than the other person, he failed.
Give us a why of why this whole thing needed to happen. Like, you've been doing this, Candace. Like, what is your working theory on the case? Hold her to that, demonstrate that she doesn't really have a theory, and then go, okay, you've been doing this for a year and you still don't have a theory, and here's why that's so horrible that you did that. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it never really connected like that. And then there were just...
That's true. Now, again, we were able to see where it was all going because we saw the lead up. We saw the lead up on both sides.
Kind of moments throughout it where she just seemed to know the case better than him. So I don't know. Did I leave there convinced of any of Candace's theories? No.
Oh, well. That was the debate. Well, that was the purpose of the debate. Why is it that somebody who is judging this debate can say, did I leave there convinced of any of Candace's theories? No. And that was the whole purpose that he went in there and still think that he lost? That means that he lost. I'm down. All I've said is that I'm not willing to go back on his channel because he's a mute monster. Just mute. I mean, he can come here where I'm not going to do that to him, or we can go on easy modern day debate, whatever. Happy to debate it. But I'm not going to be at the behest of when he isn't going to allow me to speak. I mean, even if you say, hey, I promise not to mute you. Fair enough. I'll come through. He DM'd me the other day when, what was it? Oh, yeah. When we covered his debate. What was it? His debate with somebody. I don't know. And he lost. And so we were covering it and making fun of him. And so I sent him the StreamYard link. Just be like, hey, FYI, covering your Bible slavery debate. If you got shit to say, you're welcome to do so. He's like, sorry. You can just DM me. I did DM you. How do you think you got that link? You can also join my server. It's not hard to reach me. And then later, I'm taking calls now if you like. I don't like. I don't want to have a conversation. I'm willing to have a conversation with you. But I'm not like, oh, we're gonna get back on First Amendment. And again, I feel like I would be fair. I mean, we could bring someone to, I don't know. It's just frustrating that, it's not going to be, I can't just go over there and have a conversation, but whatever. Matthew King, welcome to the party. Say hi to you, ready? Oh, yeah, you were here earlier. He didn't prove Tyler did it and never planned to. He just allowed her to spout bullshit for 3 hours and connect 0 dots, provided 0 evidence for her theories. So then the question stands, why does everybody think that she won? He wants to be butt buddies. I'm just kidding. Stu wants to start hosting debates, so that's an option. Absolutely. Let's make it happen.
Did I leave there convinced of any of Candace's theories? No. But did I leave there feeling that Andrew Wilson had really demonstrated anything? No.
You mean he demonstrated that her theories are not convincing to you, Dave? But again, he doesn't know that that's what we were doing. She won because he didn't disprove her? No. He did disprove her. She won because he didn't clearly articulate that that was his goal. Everybody thought this was about who has a better, more close to the truth story or narrative of what actually happened. That's what people were looking at. And because of the fact that Candace knows the case so much better, you get this.
No. So I don't know. Did I leave there convinced of any of Candace's theories? No. But did I leave there feeling that Andrew Wilson had really demonstrated anything? No. And so you just kind of had two people.
And so again, you see it right there. The demonstration was you being unconvinced. He demonstrated that her views are unconvincing. But if you didn't demonstrate that that's what you were doing, then people are going to think you didn't do anything.
Going back and forth, one of whom seemed to know the case a little bit more. And I got to say, the debate was, well, I could get into it more, but as I said, it was riddled with little tactics that Andrew used that just backfired on him in this one. It just didn't work.
I think he never proved that she was kind of being negligent or misleading in terms of trying to question what is going on here. And so in the first half, he essentially just folded. He never once gave a pitch for here's why I actually think Tyler Robinson did it.
Which was always the plan, but again, not articulated.
He just appealed to his own authority and said, I find it over, but he never explained, here's why I think it's overwhelming. Or at least I maybe he said between the confession and this, but then every time he was asked on any particular piece of evidence, he didn't want to defend it. And then he just said it's the totality of the evidence while also turning it to Candace and not letting her go, it's everything together and pinning her to, it's a gap between this one single instance. So once again, kind of applying an intellectual standard to her that he wasn't going to keep.
So those of us who believe that Andrew did a better job of going and doing what they went there to do, I want you to be thinking about what they're saying and which part you disagree with in terms of how we determine a winner of a debate. Because there's a lot of times, especially, I'm judging on horseradish again this weekend. But judging doesn't just mean, okay, which one of you agree with me already? It's about judging what is happening in the moment, in the conversation in of itself.
But he just kind of folded on the first half. He never gave a pitch for here's why I think it's overwhelming that he did it. And I felt that it was essentially a dishonest tactic of that he wanted to go in there and try and just say, here's why Candace is not credible. And then even in the second half, he didn't quite prosecute the claim of whether or not there's overwhelming evidence of him being a patsy. Instead, he kind of mostly pursued a storyline of here's some crazy things that you've said in regards to Erica Kirk or other.
I would have loved for him to stay on the patsy thing. Pick one of the claims. And this is, it's surprising because Andrew knows that, like, okay, if you're spitfiring all these things, let's focus on one at a time. Where do you get your morality? That is what he should have been doing. But ironically, it was Candace who's like, slow down, slow down, slow down. Usually he's the one that's like, you're spurging.
Claims, but that wasn't actually in line with the debate topic of whether or not there's overwhelming evidence of a patsy. So I don't know. He kind of just went in with a dishonest play of here's how I'm going to be able to play some gotcha clips and hold your feet to the fire. But I think she just demonstrated that there's enough screwy in this case that it's reasonable to have a podcast and ask these questions and have theories about what might have taken place here.
Now, do you disagree with that?
Well, I mean, look, I'll tell you this. I guess perhaps my feeling on all of this is that I understand, like, if people want to criticize Candace's methodology, or they want to say, quite frankly, that she's gone down some goofy trails that just turned out to be wrong or whatever, like, I mean, I'm not, I think, okay, make your argument then, and maybe that's right. But there is this kind of like almost implicit thing that, look, Andrew, obviously he's there to ruin her. That's the goal. He's not mincing words about that. You're there to ruin her. You're putting up this money so that you can destroy her. You're all claiming that like she's doing something so wrong. And I just kind of sit here and I go, wait, like, do you guys all hate Alex Jones? Like, what's really going on here? And don't get me wrong, like, I know, like,
so of course the question, the analogy or the comparison being, well, that's what Alex Jones does. Say, oh, the crazy, they're turning the frogs gay, blah, blah, blah. And he had this the whole thing with Sandy Hook and other things that, while he's been right about some things, he's been wrong about other things. Why don't we and definitely there is, or at least was, an aspect of, oh yeah, the right wing, that's crazy, like Alex Jones and all that. So if that's what Andrew was trying to tamp down from Candace, where was that energy for Alex? Or does it just mean, I don't care if you explore things, I just care if you're going after my friends? Like, that would be fair. But he kept talking too much about the case as opposed to her role in what people think of the case.
Tez and Candace, they have a personal thing, like, and whatever. And I certainly, you know, like I've said publicly before, I think it was wrong the way Candace and Tucker went at him. And I know that after they did their podcast together, they, you know, he felt wronged by the way she handled it or whatever. But like, do you hate Alex Jones guts? Or are you like, are you cool with him too? Because like Alex Jones literally was on record telling me that he made a whole documentary about how the ruling elite were going to exterminate the human species and reduce us down to 300.
I mean, keep an eye on that timer, guys. We can get rid of the ads with just $5
people, and that was their whole plan. And that was a pretty catastrophic
thing
to be wrong about. Like
we did that already.
Stupid.
Shout out to you guys. I forget it. You're so fucking generous that I forget it. Thank you. No ads for you.
Quite a claim, you know, and there's a whole bunch more like that. He just, I mean, half of his loose change claims don't hold. So like, oh, are you actually like, is that the rule that you're not allowed to be a conspiracy theorist and you're not allowed to ever get some wrong or whatever? I don't know. It just seems like, but you got to connect those. You got to explain why this is wrong, why this is worth it. And I never got anything even approaching that. And then there were like a lot of moments where she, you know, he would just, when you have, I think just like Piers Morgan is a different environment than Joe Rogan. And the whatever podcast is a different environment than sitting down for 3 hours with Patrick Bet-David and Candace Owens. And when she would do things where like Candace was very good at, like when he would try to badger her with questions, which is a thing he does in debates a lot. And he does it while someone's saying something. Like Candace would be in the middle of going like, well, no, I'm not arguing that there's overwhelming evidence that he's a patsy. My claim is that and she's like, so what's the evidence? What's the evidence? And you're like, dude, she's in the middle of trying to clarify her claim. And she would just stop and go, no, I'm not going to fall into this debate tactic. I will, you know what I mean? And then
now I also saw that as, you're buying time. But that shows our bias of being in the debate sphere. And be like, well, I just asked you a question. Just say yes or no. Just say yes or no. That's not how normal people talk. That's not how conversations usually happen. We might be too close to it. Shout out to Wicked Dream. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. We got a clip. Destiny had erased it from his channel. Remember, there was a group on Discord discussing an event that was going to happen the next day where Charlie got shot. Crazy. Drop that in the Discord if you got that.
Of course, the ultimate one, which I'm sorry, man. And I understand making this episode, I just think it's something that is important enough to talk about. Enough people have asked me about this, and I'm in the business of telling people my opinion on these things. And so I'm not going to not do that, but I don't wish to pick any fights here over this. I know it's kind of unavoidable, but I see that people out there kind of going like, oh, well, all these polls are bullshit because Candace just has a bigger audience. But you're like, yeah, but this is a cope, man. It doesn't matter. It doesn't look.
This is where, so when I was listening to this all along, I was like, yeah, but in the same way I'm talking to you guys. Yeah, but. And then we get to this point. And I'm like, fuck. That's why I'm able to stand by everything that I said in the past few days about this. And yet, Candace won the debate.
Well, all these polls are bullshit because Candace just has a bigger audience. But you're like, yeah, but this is a cope, man. It doesn't matter. But it doesn't. Look, I've been trying to debate Ben Shapiro for years, right? I couldn't go debate Ben Shapiro, and then if 70% of the audience thinks he won, go, well, I mean, he had a better, he has a bigger audience than me, so whatever. It's still, no, I
we would all say that's cope. Lose
that. Like, that's it. You got to win over the audience. That's the whole job of this thing. And look, I understand where people are going to, it makes people.
Again, tell me where he's wrong. Tell me where he is being like, you know what? That's not true. I called it out before about the opening statement. But what are we doing? Alex Jones being fined $1.5 billion is disgusting to me. Crime on itself, a crime unto itself, an attack on freedom of speech. If you believe what he was saying about Sandy Hook and so much corruption, shouldn't have been able to say it. Agreed. Agreed. So where does that differ from Candace? I personally don't believe that Candace believes what she's saying, but I don't know. How do we make that determination?
After we get through the debate, we can just talk about Charlie Kirk a little bit and kind of the whole situation. I understand why people get very upset about why they're very emotional about the issue. And I understand that people are like, no, but she didn't have an argument. She didn't have a tight argument for this theory or that theory. I get it. And I understand that listing the 7 charges is...
I got to look tall online. That's the only place.
Isn't like actually an argument about a point of any of these theories. But I'm sorry, man, like that was a bad moment for Andrew in that debate. And I do actually think, even though this might hurt to see it, that Candace said, which was very, she played that well, when she goes, oh, here, no, this will help you in future debates to know that this tactic doesn't work. I do think that
it does work usually. That's the W for Candace, that it usually does work.
He made it was like a, I don't know what to say. It was a gigantic, catastrophic, forced error, an own goal at the end of this debate that you had put up such a huge price tag for, and then kind of like, I think, failed to win. And then so at the end of it, then to just have this moment, I'm sorry, that's a disaster, dude. And it's we could get into it. We can play the clip in a second, but go ahead. Any thoughts you have, bro?
All right.
And so just like in the you like SNES clip, we can see that Andrew Wilson is still just a human being. And when he gets frazzled, then he goes on in attack mode. And usually he's very good at doing that. And so it usually works. We saw it fail there with you like Snake, Charles, you like. It's like, bro, what are you doing? And we saw it again here. Calm women seem to be Andrew's foil. I'm not saying Candace was calm, but calmer than he was.
I apologize because you have personal relationships that I do not have.
No, you can give your opinion on a debate. It's not like we're not. Listen, go ahead. It's fine.
Andrew don't care. Like we talking about what we're talking about, you know.
But to me, that moment really demonstrated the pursuit of debate tactics over honesty. And when he's there and he's trying to pivot away from the fact that he does not actually know what they are, and he's trying to pull every move of, oh, no, let's just pull it up. Oh, okay, now you list them. 1, 2, 3. And to me, it's just demonstrating this is not really an honest conversation.
It was the two parts together. It was the not knowing and being demanding on the other side. So she said, do you even know the charges? And he was like, well, I mean, I don't have it memorized, but yeah. That'd be fine. And maybe she would try to go and see, you don't even care about this. You don't even know what the charges are. And he can go into, well, I didn't memorize them. That doesn't mean I don't know what they are. I just, I've been preparing a lot for this. I'm taking this seriously. And I don't have every single fact. That doesn't mean that Tyler Robinson was a patsy, that Israel killed Charlie, that Egypt killed Charlie, that France killed Charlie, that Erica killed Charlie, that TPUSA killed Charlie. That could have been the moment that he won the debate. And he dropped the ball. Now, anybody who debates knows that hindsight is 20/20, and there's no debate that you have that you don't look back and be like, oh, fuck, I should have done this, I should have done that, I should have done that. I think that's going to keep him up at night.
It's not a pursuit over truth. It's a display of tactics. And
I'll tell you, I think, just from my perspective before, I think Andrew is a very good debater when he's debating, but I do think you're right that he uses those tricks too. And I think he'd be better off not using them because Rachel, it can backfire. There's a reason why.
That's why I prefer debating Rachel. Not because she's dumber or worse, but she's more conversational.
You don't want to use some of these tricks.
I think, to me, it goes further than that it demonstrates that even when it's working, it's not really a pursuit of truth. And he gave, to me, he just kind of showcased that he was giving away his cards he's not being honest.
All right, guys,
I disagree with that. I think there's definitely an aspect of, people underestimating the value of two people going head to head with their ideas. And I think it's easy, especially with Andrew being so big, to look at the entire debate sphere and be like, it's all blood sport. One, no, it's not. And two, sometimes blood sport is what's needed. Sometimes people need to be no, you're a fucking idiot. You said that, and now you said this. You're a fucking liar. Sometimes that is necessary and appropriate. Was it here? like, didn't get the goodwill. This is why I talk about goodwill in a debate early on. You want to be as cordial as you can. In his opening statement, he was talking shit. So there's no goodwill.
Thanks, Natalie.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have.
Yeah, of course. Why did you say yeah, of course? Like, you just asked for them to be pulled up. And so again, that faux confidence backfired. If she didn't, Dave is right. If she didn't call him out on that, then, oh yeah, of course. Well, let's look at them. That would have been fine. But you said, of course I do. And then she called you on that. I think you realize there's wolves in sheep clothing all over social media working for dark forces. Oh, I do.
Them listed.
Yeah, but
So just pause it real quick.
Can you name them? Because my general.
So now listen, just to be clear here, Candace is the one who first engages in the gotcha thing here, right? Like, she's going like, wait, hold on. Can you name a single one of the charges that he's being charged with? Now, I mean, look,
version 3 really
here is that is
version 3. Version 1 was Olive Jar. Version 2 was Ulick Sniz, and this was 3.
You see Andrew responds, yeah, of course. He lets her know, yeah, of course. Now he, again, listen, this was, I don't think Candace should have done that tactic. It's a risky tactic. All he has to do is name one, and then you look really bad. So, like, it's a risky thing. I don't know what people think, like, if you just stop in the middle of the debate and start quizzing your opponent, the thing about doing that is they gotta fail.
Shout out to Pop Quiz Kyla.
The quiz.
What happened in the 90s, 70s?
It does backfire. And look, I'll break this down in a second here, but you can't not count this as points against you, like in a debate. But here's how Andrew handles this by being asked. First, he's asking to bring them up. Then Candace challenges him. Can you name one of them? He goes, yeah, of course. And then responds with this. Let's keep playing.
And so that's the loss. That's the reason that this is a loser moment for him. That's the reason why this counts as a dunk. When I was watching this go around the other day, I was getting frustrated because of, the same old thing that we always say. Like, just because you don't memorize every single detail doesn't mean your point is wrong. But let's not pretend that it's jockeying for the audience's attention.
Perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, like, right. Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
pause it right there.
Yeah, this is a great.
Now, look,
it bothers me so much. Sorry, a little not editing, but like production thing. You notice that they always go from the video.
Now look.
To that, and then back to that. You can just click the button. You don't have to go and remove the thing, and then go back to that and just hit the other button. Sorry.
I've been in debates with people before where I really feel like they don't know the subject matter. And I just asking it point blank like this, I think is a risky move on Candace's part. But you do got to admit, as far as these type of debate tactics go, for her to say, hey, look, like, this is a really point blank call out. This is a crazy thing to say to someone in the middle of a debate, that, like, you don't know the topic. This is like on the level of saying you've never read about this. You don't know anything about that. I mean, I do remember one time, Austin Peterson was debating Clint Russell about Israel, Gaza, and he didn't know what the Nakba was. Clint brought it up and he goes, oh, you're referring to the Balfour Declaration? He goes, the Balfour Declaration? Like, what? No. And he didn't know. And then Clint just moved on to like his next point. And I called Clint after and I go, dude, you had to like pounce on that more. Like, he still won the debate. It was clear. But like, I was like, dude, when someone's that right, you got to go, dude, then you have no business debating this subject if you don't know that. But anyway, Candace goes here. She goes, I don't think you really know this. And if you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming, shouldn't you be able to list one of the charges? Now, I'm sorry. That is reasonable, Rob. Like, that's a reasonable thing to say, right? If you're saying the evidence is overwhelming, my God, I am assuming you know the charges.
So that's why it can be, on the one hand, just because you didn't memorize doesn't mean your entire position is wrong. From the other side, that this is a bad optical moment in a stream of other bad optical moments where you didn't clearly articulate your goals that were, in fact, bad faith. You were not in fact, there to discuss the case. You were there specifically to expose her. And again, I'm happy about that. I think that she deserved to be exposed. But did everybody else see that that's what was going on?
This case, like, I'm assuming you know the case very well, and you're paying $300K to a debate on the case. I just assume you're going to show up with a mastery of this thing. I've never paid $300K for a debate before, but I've also never debated anything. I didn't feel like I had somewhat of a mastery of the topic. But anyway, she says, can you name one of the charges? He's already said, of course I can. But now he takes this opportunity to double down. And here's here, let's play the rest of it.
One, because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, like, can you tell me one
Then let's do the counter. You can really, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the question.
This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually.
And so again, and David's saying this, but I say this shit all the time. People are like, I feel like maybe it might be just say the thing. He was charged with murder, and then she says, no, it's aggravated murder. That makes her look petty. We're like, I think it's murder. That opens the door for her to be like, see, you don't know. Whereas if he just said murder, then she'd be like, aggravated. Well, yeah, I'm just, that was one of the, you know what I mean? That could have been a little bit more, or a little less clear. But that's not what he did.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great.
So just
now
pause
name
it
all 7.
real quick. So pause it real quick. Now,
7?
this is, I'm sorry, guys. I don't know how you say this any other way. This was it's already devastating. It's already devastating at this point. And it's not that he didn't get the qualifier. It's not that he didn't get aggravated murder and just said murder or whatever the charge is. It's that he went in that moment, I think he's been charged with murder. You go, wait a minute, dude. Not only do you not know the charges against him, you weren't clear, like you weren't 100% on what the top one was. You just said, of course I know. And then when you lost that, dude. Then when you went to, I think, why is the word?
Yep. Shout out to Josie. Welcome to the party. Saying exactly on point. Yeah, we're just saying this is a bad optic moment for Andrew. Possibly why he might have lost the debate. Even though he did the job that he intended on doing and exposing that Candace doesn't have any justification for her claims. Everybody thinks he lost, so he lost. Welcome to the party.
Thing coming out of your mouth. This is not like a subject that you either know it or you don't know it. So you pretended you knew it, but you didn't. And now,
like a lie.
I mean, this is like, by the way, I could have.
Actually, let me expand on that. Yeah, because that is a lie. You said, of course I know, when you didn't know, when the entire reason that you're there is to call out Candace for lying. Bro, what are we doing?
I thought this going in. I couldn't believe because this next attempt now to double down on this, Rob, this is just not, first of all, I agree with your kind of like, it's not good faith. It's not a real pursuit of the truth. It's gotcha tricks. But this was also a really unwise one because why in the world would you, so I think I've told this story before, Rob. I know I've told this to you, but I will tell this on the show right now, right? It was a story of a comedian, really bad comedian when he first started. It was really bad at stand-up. And this is what's crazy to me because Andrew Wilson is not bad at debating. He's excellent at debating. But anyway, this guy's a bad stand-up comedian, and I don't know if you ever heard the old thing. It's like an old comedian thing. I've never done this. I've never actually seen anyone else do this, but it's a thing where there was a thing where the comedian would go, oh, you think you get a heckler, and you go, oh, you think my job's so easy? Why don't you try it? Why don't you get up here? And they bring them up and give them the microphone. And the idea is that like stand-up comedy is hard, so they're probably not going to do very good at it. And then you show you take it back, get out of here, buddy. You know what? Now this kid, I saw that this is like 15 years ago. He's bombing in the show, and starts getting heckled, and then he tries to do that. He tries to give the guy the microphone and go, oh, yeah, you think my job's so... And I remember when I first saw that, being like, wow, talk about not getting comedy. Like, just talk about your instincts being so bad. Because, dude, obviously, Rob, that move is that works when you're killing with the crowd. The crowd loves you. One guy's heckling you, and you go, come on, dude. Now he's got the whole crowd against him. They already like you. And what are the odds when you're already killing that he's going to come out with something that kills? But when you're bombing the whole time and then you hand it over to this guy, all he's got to do is say one mildly funny thing and then he devastates you. You know?
So that is, I think, 1-to-1 applicable to debates and the understanding of the positioning. that at a stand-up comedy show, you're on the stage, you've got the, if you're the comic, you've got the lights on you, you've got the mic, you've got the social proof of being up there. You're in if you're somebody in the crowd, then, you have to do a lot more to get the rest of the crowd on your side. And so you shouldn't do that.
Like, what are you doing? And in this moment, Andrew decides to put it in on name all 7 because I'm going to prove that you don't know what you're talking about. Already, though, Rob, starting from a starting point of, as you said, he doesn't hold the same standards to himself. He didn't know 1, but now she's got to name 7. It already doesn't make sense that he's expecting her to have such a higher burden. But, Rob,
it makes sense if you understand what the purpose was. Unfortunately, Andrew didn't let enough people know what the purpose was.
I guess my point is, dude, you're in the biggest debate of your life. This is millions of people watching. It's a huge thing. And you just challenge,
he's almost as good as me. You get it? Because it's like an analogy. Oh, I feel so bad when he lifts his head up. He's like, for me? No. All right. One freebie. Let's not forget about the puppy.
Aren't you a little bit concerned with the off chance that maybe Candace knows the charges?
So his use of overstated is rather overstated.
A little bit concerned with the off chance that maybe Candace knows the charges. I mean, whether you think her theories are off or not, she's clearly been living and breathing this case for a year.
Right. And so Olivia's saying, assume Candace is grifting and doesn't really care. Like him. Candace is sincere and really cares. Hold on. There's a difference between knowing and caring. I mean, you're saying cares about killing her career and image. Fair enough. But I don't think that in the context of her saying, I don't think you care about this case. I don't think that she cares about that case any more than anything else that would be what her content is. Which, again, is fair enough. Different things, though. Selma Scorpion said, just my conspiracy theorist mind, I don't think it's odd that Destiny ends up visiting Israel after Charlie Kirk, his biggest rival, starts questioning Israel. No, not really. I think that it's a very Destiny thing to do while everybody is all like, oh, fuck Israel, we hate Israel, blah, blah, blah. Just go there but I don't know the details. But that in and of itself, to me, no, it doesn't seem odd. Sometimes people die, and sometimes people go places, and rarely are the two connected.
So, I like to put all of this thing, and I'm sorry, but when you do that,
not to say it's not.
When you stop a debate to go, I'm going to demonstrate that you don't know shit, you can't name the 7 things, and then they do, you were trying to make them look terrible and ruin them, and so all of that has to be put back on you now. Now you.
And so before, when I was saying there is a time to be like, see, you're fucking lying. That's what Dave is talking about. So he doesn't actually think that, any type of blood sport, everybody must be polite and keep their voice down. That's not what people are saying. What people are saying is that you need to save that for when, you've charged up the fucking, like in your video game when your gun gets an extra fucking thing. Then you can pull that out.
You just look terrible for attempting this smear job and failing at it. You were not sure whether he was charged.
Absolutely he does. Absolutely he does. If only to be against Hassan, on the other side of Hassan. Absolutely he does.
With murder, and she goes on to list all of them. And not only does she list them all, but she calls him out on his tactic the whole I mean, look, let's keep playing this. This just gets worse and worse. Let's keep playing.
And I
can you name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up.
Okay, I'll name them.
Yeah.
CBD is fucking loving it.
Sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries the death sentence in the state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay.
You're just going to.
And see that I let that be in my debate mind. I mean, like, yeah, why aren't you answering the question? This is an opportunity for you to show that you're not full of shit. But she was smarter than I was in seeing the tactic and not playing into it.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work.
Yeah. I mean, they have a whole history. You'll
be better the next time you debate
I got it. Give me the other ones.
Wait, you don't think that they were friends right before Charlie Kirk, right?
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people don't walk away?
No, I just want you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to...
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them.
Then
and I'm going to say
them
again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And
what's the specific charges, though?
That is them. Obstruction of justice, of justice, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No, just the charges and then 7.
Yeah, see, it's a bad.
And so it's like, where are you going with this, Andrew? What? She has the answers. When she asked you, and then called you out for not knowing, you should have been scrambling for any other topic. I want to think, and this is just my speculation, that Andrew's been so dominant in debates for so long that he's forgot that outside of that world, people aren't dazzled by like, oh, we got this, we got that, we got that. It's different. And that's what I didn't see. That's what I was blind to these last few days.
Is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to...
It's a massive...
We're just supposed to pretend that...
You can't say...
And so, well, what Dave's about to say too. But like, why are you still... So basically it was murder, but it's aggravated murder. After she explained that it's different. I think that if he had said, instead of I think murder, if he had been more like throwing it away, was obviously charged with murder. If she jumped in, actually it's aggravated murder, that would have made her look bad. But it's all that jockeying. All that jockeying. Well, is it narcissism? Or, I mean, there is, the notion, voice crack there, my balls are dropping. There's a notion that, surgeons, that's the best example I could think of. Shouts about watch. He's not like that. Well, maybe it's not. But they always say that, like, surgeons have a God complex because they go and they fix everything and da-da-da-da-da. And then you take that and look at some of the online professionals, somebody who's a lawyer, somebody who is whatever, and they come to YouTube and they're more in the general space, the political space. You see that people who feel like, oh, I rose to the top of this industry, that means I'm at the top of everything. And sometimes it takes a little humbling to realize, oh, okay. I would love to see Andrew break this down in good faith. Now, it's not smart for him to do that. He used his tactics, and anybody who likes the Crucible or is Crucible adjacent, including myself, saw that debate and was like, cooked her. But the rest of the world saw something very different. And so do with that what you will. Candace receives that's mean. You're like, how many times are you going to ask me? No. I don't think that. I'm not saying that it's not connected. I'm just saying that fact in a vacuum is not weird to me.
To pretend that she didn't just rattle off all 7? Now we just move.
And again, you bring up the Unfuck America tour. Where do you think they were getting all their people? They would go to where Charlie would go and have, their little thing on the other side of campus. Without Charlie's thing, they would have nothing. As of right now, they have nothing. So really shooting himself in the foot if they did that. No pun intended.
Sorry, dude, when that backfires, it'll lose you a debate. because you're trying, and then we're just to pretend that, like, because otherwise, dude, like, the whole debate can just be you quizzing, and if they get everything right, then what? It's a tie. It's like, no, you stop the record when you do that in a debate, you're stopping the record to pause to go, no, my opponent's a fraud. This whole thing is bullshit. It's a move. When that doesn't work, it reflects poorly on you. And she named all the charges, dude. I mean, I don't know how anybody.
Yeah, that's another point. I hate when it's like, hold on. Can we acknowledge that I just made a point that you agreed with and that you were wrong or whatever? You'd be like, so this was 17 people. I think it was only 2. And we look it up and it's 2 people. It's like, okay, well, but like, whoa. I remember whoever it was. Who did I debate about Alex Preddy? There's a couple things there where, like, I would make a point. She would say something. Oh, it's that deaf not whatever chick, the mask chick. And I would make a point, or she would make a point, and I would knock it down, and then she'd be like, okay, well, like, whoa. Everybody needs to acknowledge you were wrong in that moment. I don't need to harp on it, but it needs to be acknowledged.
Can look at this and not think that, like, yeah, that's a bad moment in a debate. I'm sorry. It's just cope to say it's not.
So I cringe rewatching this. I find it just overwhelmingly exhausting to watch someone play a confidence game of what I will call controlling the call and just very arrogantly pretending like they're still in control and then constantly pivoting. It's just not an honest pursuit towards truth. It's sportsmanship of debate. And I don't appreciate this rare art form. And so to me, this is just gross and exhausting.
So I think it's fair for people to have that opinion about Andrew in general. And I think it's more fair to say that that's what he retreats to when he's on his back foot. And we all have we all have a, like, this isn't going good. Not, oh no, I've been completely proved wrong. Let me lie and try. Not that. But when you're like, this isn't going well. We all have little things. But I think, again, going back to the, again, I don't necessarily call it narcissism, but the idea that he's so confident that I'll just switch to this tactic, and or I can double down on this tactic, and I'll figure it out. Because usually, he does. Hey, shout out to Josie with the $2 make you holla. Oh, did we lose Marty? Marty! Marty, come get your treat. Let's go. Hey, he's leaving. He's like, I ain't got nothing to do here. Hey, Marty! He left. All right, we'll leave it here for him. But if he's if we get one more and he's not back, we'll bring him in and make sure we shove it down his throat. Just like Jazz Jennings' moms. Thank you. So very much said free the Tate, says Josie. The Tate brother. Which one? That brings us to 86 out of 253 out of 15 for the night. And 24 out of 75. Thank you so very much, Josie Hernandez. Now, I disagree, but thank you for the $2. Yeah, right? He's like, there ain't nothing here for me. He's doing Candace Part 2 right now, so we have more content coming. I'm sure maybe running out on the, so we'll go through this. We're pretty much at the point where they're kind of yapping about other stuff, and we'll pop on there and see what's good, and then we'll let it ride. All right.
Appreciate this rare art form, and so to me, this is just gross and exhausting. And showcases that even in other times where people don't realize that's what's happening, this is the way he's engaging with you. It's not a conversation I could even partake in because I couldn't sit there as calmly as Candace in these kind of environments. I will never debate, not that it's offered. I couldn't sit there and engage in that conversation. It would just be too annoying to me, but it's just dishonest, and it's showing his hand of that this is sportsmanship and it's dishonest.
Well, whatever, we don't have to play anymore. But then he accuses her of getting the information fed to her from the phone. And so she passes her phone off to Patrick Bet-David and
yet another move that if there was something there, then it would have been bad. More, come on. Hey, Josie, again. More, come here. Come here. All right, let me find this little ninja. Morty, come get treats. More, come on. I need you to stay down here. I'll carry you. Let me carry you. I can carry you. That's my good boy. That's my good boy. Okay, let's go. Come. All right, there we go. That's one from Josie. And there we go. What time is it? All right, I might, if he jumps down again, I think it might be because he has to go outside. So we'll see. We'll see what we see. Thank you so very, very much. Yeah. P. Diddy as well? Jeez Louise. Thank you. Again.
And fed to her from the phone. And so she passes her phone off to Patrick Bet David. And I'm just saying, it's like, dude, when you paid her $300,000. She's 7 months pregnant. You come in with this written, like prepared thing. You got all these clips prepared that you're going to go after her on and all of this, but then you're going after this stuff and just missing these like wild swings and just missing. This is precious time that you were supposed to be using, like eviscerating her claims. And I also got to say, and sometimes these things are, as you know, Rob, like you've done a lot of like live shows and like Rob will do like on the porch tour sometimes, like you'll do like a whole presentation and a whole thing and it's hard sometimes to plan out like how a presentation is going to go along with the punchline and the timing. And as you know from, I've talked to you about some of your shows where you're like, oh, it really all came together perfect on this one. And then you're like, this one, it was a little bit off. And then it wasn't, I didn't account for this.
I got it.
So it also just unfortunately for Andrew, his team pulling up videos in the back and feeding them to Pat and then them waiting for like it just didn't click and work. I had the moment.
Timing is everything. Oh my God. Again. Oh my goodness. The Funk Master General. We of course get a treat for the Overlord. For the 10 gifted memberships. But that also means we get peanut butter! No spoon necessary.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like the prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind on this door. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware.
Thank you. So very, very much. Shout out to Matthew King, Graham, Sammy, Dr. 7B, Alicia from Speakeasy, Friars, Gridiron Masters, Barking with Butler Dog Training, Whack Abstract, and John. You are all now members. Shout out to the Funkmaster General. Memberships are awesome because every single Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream, when I usually stream, every Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream, we go and do an after party after the regular stream. And you are now invited. Thank you. So, very, very much. Where does that leave us? Over the halfway mark for the week 106 out of 250. That is 4 out of 15 for the night. And 54 out of 75 for the night. And of course, as always, capitalize that. Master General! Thank you so very, very much. Keeping me afloat. Thank you so very, very much. Oh, I lost it. Where are we? I lost my place. Okay. Boom. There we go. Thank you. Big funky. Let's fucking go. Matthew, a new one. Did you drop it? He's fucking rock hard. He's like, I love this shit. Fucking got the lipstick out. Have you tried shocking him and yelling place? Heard it works. Did you guys look at the legendary series yesterday? Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday, right? I said that, yeah, yesterday was a great day. Anytime I try to show you guys a legendary series, it's always, in the midst of a drama arc. And so it's like, well, this happened and then that happened. And then look what they said. Yesterday, there was a supercut of the entire dog shocking story all in one place. Responses. Go search more Pegasus. Or just go to my community tab. It's right there. After this, of course. Fuckmaster said they both look foolish. It's so obvious that the Polynesians were behind the assassination. Where's your evidence? Where's your positive evidence? There you go. All right. W Funk. El Hassan. All right. No, so that should keep him busy for a minute. Let's check out if there's any more of this one. And then, Ken, you said he's streaming right now?
Pat, just unfortunately for Andrew, his team pulling up videos in the back and feeding them to Pat and then them waiting for it just didn't click and work. I had the moment that was everybody's big takeaway moment of my debate with Cuomo was the thing where he kept saying,
she's there
about Ivermectin, mocking Joe Rogan. And then
hold on a minute.
Invite them in, go take them to dinner. She could pay her own dinner, and then we were just so shocked by
the mothership. I just saw yesterday, 3 of the 5 shows are sold out. There's still tickets available for 2 of them. They're going to sell at comicdavesmith.com for all of the show. The really somebody who needs no introduction. People say that a lot, but it's rarely true. But the myth, the legend, coming off of, what can I say? A debate performance where it must. I don't think there's in human history been a more viewed, more money paid debate. And if anyone was going to get $300,000 for a debate, well, it should have been me. But if it wasn't going to be,
so here's what we're going to do. We're going to catch up to where we're about 30 minutes behind. We're watching about 1.2, and we're pausing. So if we get to wherever it ends, then that's where it ends. If there's more, then we'll cover it tomorrow. Hey, shout out to Dylan Soup. Welcome to the party.
Me. I was sure glad it was you.
This is live now.
It seems to be you.
We're about 30 minutes behind, but live now.
The win in the debate as well. So I guess, listen, I want to talk about a lot of stuff. I just did a whole episode on the debate. We'll talk about other stuff as well, but it'd be like podcast malpractice to not open with this. You must be feeling good after this whole spectacle. Anything you want to say?
Okay, so they're probably going to, address it and then talk about other things.
What are your thoughts on it now, a few days out?
As soon as it concluded, I was just flying high because I first and foremost, I was fully confident.
Cocaine!
And despite that, I overstudied, reminded myself of different elements because you never want to underestimate somebody. But I knew just in the way that he was presenting and the chain smoking and the false bravado, that his whole strategy was going to be to come at me like I was an OnlyFans model. And also why I pushed wanting the debate to happen quickly was because I knew that he didn't care about this case. I mean, this was a person who was talking trash about Turning Point USA, talking trash about Erica Kirk up until May. And then he goes to the headquarters and he comes out like he's Daddy Warbucks and is talking about, throwing money at Candace and shouting me out on Piers Morgan and shouting me out on Joe Rogan. And it just...
Speaking of that, if you are somebody, is there anybody here who was super chats, Andrew? I'm not sure how I'd feel about him using the money that I worked hard for, sent to him, to do that.
Showed that he was completely disingenuous. This is not his perspective on women in the role as CEOs that he's ever demonstrated, but this is what happens over and over again. We see these people who are fundamentally just online prostitutes, right? You give them enough money and they will go out and they will change their position on anything. And this is somebody who was supposed to represent that culture of guys online talking to girls about being prostitutes. And so I just was like, this is easy. And if you're going to be such a scrub that you're going to offer $300,000, I mean, it's absurd. It's financially irresponsible, frankly. Then let's do it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I think it was I do. I think it was good that it happened. Like, and I thought it was good that it was going to happen when it was like, I always
shout out to the title change. Candace explains how she dominated Andrew Wilson. That should get some people in here. Where are we at? According to PPD, Andrew made 3 times the money back. Advertising is it was money, baby. That's money.
I think it's good to have these debates, and it's good kind of for people to see them. Look, this is obviously this is a huge topic. This was the biggest political assassination in modern history, which is weird, modern, I mean, saying like post 60s or whatever. This is like the biggest political assassination in America in me and your lifetimes. It is a thing that, let's just say, huge swaths of the American people are not buying the official story on, and wherever you are on what you think is real, I think certainly we could probably all agree that we're like, yeah, I'm sorry. Like, once the FBI took over this investigation, there's just no credibility from the state, and so nobody trusts anything they say. It's interesting to have these debates and the pushback on them, and I think that, I don't know, I guess one of the things that I was thinking about a lot, even in the lead up to this debate, was just kind of, which one was one of the things that I think got teased out, which was an interesting.
Oh, that's good. Cancel the membership and use all that other shit. But yeah, like, do you feel any type of way about him going in there and using your, among other Crucible members, money? I don't know. World War Debate is farming the fuck out of my debate. They put out 10 shorts from my debate, significantly more than any debate. There you go. That's what you want. That's what you want. That means you were the most interesting. Which does not bode well for the rest of the summer, where I have all these fucking World War Debate things that I haven't seen yet that I plan on covering. But shout out to you.
Thing from my perspective in the debate is, it's like, hey, what is exactly the standard of the burden before people can freely speculate, about like a topic? And like, obviously, okay, we have kind of this standard that I guess since like the Magna Carta or whatever has been the pillar of Western civilization, that, okay, before we deprive someone of their liberty, the standard is like what we call it beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a very clunky, weird phrase that is not even clear what, like, how do you go beyond a point of doubt? What exactly does that mean? I guess it means like there essentially is no doubt, although there always is some degree of doubt. But anyway, so we say that's the standard before we imprison someone and take away their freedom. Now, the standard for, say, you firing someone, like if you suspected someone on your team was stealing from you, okay, I don't know that we don't have the same standard that you say it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt, but certainly we.
What do you mean Trump's going to arrest the deep state after the election? You realize that he's not in the government anymore after that. Or are you talking about the midterm election? I not feel the type of way because Andrew's self-proclaimed grifter tells you what he's doing with the money. If you send it, then you can't get mad. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Would go like, hey, you don't want to fire someone if they didn't actually steal from you. So like, make sure you're right about that. But I also thought something that was just very interesting to me is like, I said this on my recap the other day. I thought that once Andrew said 75%, I almost went, well, then there's the debate.
Right.
I mean, if we're only.
That's the problem. That's the problem. People thinking that, well, I'm so confident that this happened. That's not what it was. That was, as we saw, added later to get her to the table. But he didn't articulate that. So it is what it is. What's the fucking, perception is reality. If you didn't use the 50 I have towards a new mic, like I said, it was for what you're asking for them that would be wrong. I do tell you guys explicitly that I can't separate the money that from super chats, which is why we have the throne. So, I mean, if you want me to take the 50 and take off the 30% from YouTube and then take off the money from that and put it towards the mic, we could do that. But I've been very explicit that if you want for a specific thing, that's why Throne exists.
Percent. I almost went, well, then there's the debate.
Right.
I mean, if we're,
do you want me? I'm happy to do that if you want me to do that.
We're only at 75%, then that gives license to a good friend of Charlie Kirk's to be like, well, I'm going to pursue every other theory under the sun. I mean, I just don't like, it's like once we're saying that, what exactly are we saying? Now, again, fine. If you want to say, hey, don't make specific claims unless you have specific proof, that's fine. And we could go over that. But more broadly speaking, I mean, you're at 75%. I don't know exactly where I am.
I'll put it towards the throne if you want. You tell me. It's your money, buddy.
But I know that Joe Kent told me that the investigation was suppressed. So that's there's 10% right there off the top of my certainty. Right. And so
for the big guy,
like, I don't know. I thought that in some ways that debate, which was more meta than the actual debate, was like, that was
good catch. Good catch.
An important conversation for Americans to have about all these things.
And that was kind of what I was trying to demonstrate early on. As soon as he said 75%, why does he have a problem with people thinking about what would be to him 25%, right? Why does he have a problem with people stepping outside and saying, I'm looking at the evidence and I'm interpreting it in a different way? And the reason why...
Because you're not saying that. You're saying, no, this is that.
I knew that he did not watch the preliminary hearing was because he was completely lost on the point that I was trying to make when I said, I can keep explaining this to you, but I can't understand this for you.
I literally just got a comment of somebody saying that to me.
Where they are at in terms of where he gathered what he perceives to be overwhelming evidence was during the probative hearing. The standard at the probative hearing is you can just look at a piece of evidence and then you can infer what you want. The prosecution is basically doing what Candace Owens is doing on her podcast, right?
I hope Dave is good faith enough to be like, well, just so whatever. What is the evidence for Tyler being a patsy, or France being involved, or Israel being involved, or Erica being involved, or Turning Point being involved? Probably not, though, right?
So the prosecution is looking at a person in a maroon shirt and saying, that looks like Tyler Robinson to me, because they're both wearing Converse sneakers. He actually said this, lead investigator. They couldn't even connect how the person in the maroon shirt coming up the stairwell was also the person who was coming up the stairwell in the black shirt. They asked that question, how do you know these are actually even the same two people? And he comes back and he says, because they're both wearing Converse. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard for saying, I'm totally certain that this is, Dave, I'm going to be honest, it could be you coming up the staircase. I don't know. The image is blurry. And so if I'm looking at that evidence and I'm saying, I think it's not Tyler Robinson, why is one called a conspiracy theory and the other one called overwhelming evidence just because it's coming out of the mouth of a lead investigator? That's just his opinion, which, by the way, is allowed at this stage of the hearing. I was saying to him, this is Utah's Rule 1102. The judge could not have made this clearer. It was constantly thrown out, and that's why I knew he didn't watch the hearing. He didn't research what that rule meant. Hearsay is just allowed. You can say, I spoke to Bob, and Bob told Cindy that he thinks that that's Tyler Robinson. All of that is permissible. So they're not doing anything wrong, but he couldn't understand.
And maybe if he did understand that better, then he would have been able to say, but okay, but then you're doing the same thing, and it is just hearsay, and you don't have evidence, and you're not 0% sure.
What was hypocritical about him constantly calling people conspiracy theorists, demanding further evidence, when he was doing the exact same thing by saying, well, I find everything that they did at the probative hearing to be convincing evidence. And I recognized immediately that he did not spend any time watching the hearing. He didn't comprehend. He didn't research anything. And it was going.
That's where watching stuff at 2.4 really comes in handy. I would have fucking whipped through that shit.
To be a cakewalk, and that was why he wanted to move away from discussing the evidence. I wanted to keep going on and discussing the screwdriver.
Well, that's because his purpose was to expose you. He did expose you, but he didn't do a good enough job of showing everybody that that's what he was doing. That's why everybody thinks the debate was, who knows the case better? Obviously, Candace. That's not up for debate. Whether she is justified in making those claims as opposed to presenting theories was the question.
And discussing the towel and all of these elements that I think would have made the debate more interesting for people to listen to. And he was like, no. I just want to move towards questioning you about things you said about Erica Kirk, essentially.
Yeah.
That was the whole thing.
All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is The Wellness Company. Americans love Sarah.
Sorry, hockey shit somewhere else.
For up to $60 off plus free shipping. All right, let's get back into the show. Yeah, well, I did think that, and again, I'm not just saying this because you're here. I said this in my debate recap episode that we put out the other day, that I did feel that it once, and this was so early in the debate, but it was almost like a deficit that Andrew never recovered from, was that once he defined overwhelming as just like this very subjective pleasing myself type thing, which I don't. I think there should be, like, I'm not saying there's
pleasing myself
as clear cut a definition for overwhelming, but it's got to be something in the realm of objective evidence, not just your subjective, like you know what I mean? Like, I don't know exactly where you would draw the line of that, but like you're making a case that there's overwhelming evidence. Okay. The state hasn't really presented its case yet. This hasn't gone to trial. This is a man who's innocent until proven guilty. So we're already starting with you're making a very specific claim too. And then when you immediately, that kind of falls apart because again, you pressed him on like, okay, well, you're saying there's in this tweet, you're saying there's photographic evidence, there's DNA evidence, and you're like, okay, well, here's the problem with the photographic evidence. I cannot clearly, you can't see that that's Tyler Robinson on the picture. It's just kind of objective. Then you go, okay, so take that out. So then don't have that there. And then he goes, well, that's supported by the context of other evidence. And you're like, no. You can either see that this is him or you can't. If you can't see that this is him, then let's
God is
focus
watching
on this other evidence that you're saying is evidence. But if you can't see that this is him, then obviously that's not evidence, right? And then then it's like you make the point about the degradation of the DNA, and he just didn't really have a response to that.
So what? He said, so what?
Okay,
Yeah, it's almost like having crazy religious parents doesn't automatically make you a crazy religious person, and might even turn you into a crazy non-religious person. Not saying that Vigi or I are that, but plenty of them.
Now, I'm just saying, if you're taking on this debate, you have to have an answer to that. Now, you lose me. I tap out pretty quickly on like forensic expertise. So if you were to just go, oh, well, this happens sometimes. You're like, okay, maybe there's but he didn't even offer anything like that.
No, he couldn't describe the dust, the debris. And I wanted to go further because I wanted to get into the scoping on, like, first off, you're going to say the gun was taken apart. I mean, I know this case so thoroughly that I was happy to go through the evidence and present my claim, which is like, this could just as well be a patsy or not be him at all, because they never connected that gun, which had dust and debris, to Charlie's body. And he didn't want to do that. He knew instantly that route he couldn't defend. As soon as he got to so what about the degradation of prints, it's like, what do you mean so what? Like that is me proving my point that we don't know who was the person.
Right. That's you proving that we don't know who the person was, not that the person was X, Y, and Z.
Who had this gun last. If you're saying his is the most degraded and there's 4 other sets of prints or 5+ other sets of prints on it, you actually need to explain to me why I shouldn't think that someone just took his gun and threw it into the woods. And then I was going to get into how they haven't been able to connect it to Charlie's body based on the testimony of Samantha Carner, but he wouldn't give me the opportunity. He was like, we're done off of discussing the evidence because I now want to bring up obscure clips of you talking about Erica Kirk, which actually has nothing to do with the evidence, which we're here to debate. Like our debate claims, I cannot say this enough. There was no contract when he tried to say there was like some contract where he was allowed to depose me. That did not exist.
Yeah, it did. It was public. I mean, it wasn't a contract, but it was an agreed upon written statement.
We were here to debate our claims that Tyler Robinson, the evidence is over.
Notice how many times she's going to articulate. We are here to debate the claims that Tyler Robinson is overwhelming. She's going to go all the way around that because she knows that she didn't present any evidence for her claims. But it seems like she decided to be like, oh, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. So I'm just going to hammer him on the facts of the case. And then my claims become irrelevant because he doesn't know what he's talking about, which is quite a debate tactic. We don't know that. That doesn't mean the police don't know. The fact that people think they've seen all the evidence is baffling. Yep. I dreamed that Charlie told me Candace was involved. Well, that is evidence. Shout out to Bugs. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. We are here live with Candace Owens. Well, we're a little bit behind, but
overwhelming that Tyler Robinson told Charlie Kirk versus me saying, and he did take my tongue in cheek mocking them for saying overwhelming, but I allowed it to stand, that there's just as much evidence that he could be a patsy. Like we're here and we don't have any concrete proof one way or the other.
So notice how he could be a patsy. Whereas before, it was a claim that he was a patsy.
Yeah, which I think like that is, I got to say, I think that's a very reasonable position to take. And
that's why in the debate, he said if that was the position, we wouldn't be having this debate. But that's not what she said before.
Particularly, again, like I said, I really do think that in the big picture, the biggest piece of advice, the biggest piece of evidence that I think really came out that backed you up. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how else to look at this other than if you're being honest, you got to go. When you had been conducting this investigation publicly for months already, and your podcast was like the #1 podcast in the world. So it's not like this was like this was a thing that was known that you were like on the attack about theories saying this one didn't add up and you're looking at what else happened. And then the director of counterterrorism resigned over a war that we just launched. And the first thing he says when he goes on the other biggest news show in the world is it sits down on Tucker Carlson's. Now, by the way, I had gotten info that Charlie Kirk and stuff about him was going to be all over his resignation letter. I had gotten this info like 48 hours before he resigned. So like, in other words, the intelligence that I got from people close to this was correct, that like a resignation was coming down the pipe. By the time the actual letter came out, there wasn't much about that in there. But on his first interview, he talks all about this. And he goes, dude, the first thing he says is he goes, dude, I mean, Charlie Kirk was screaming in the West Wing about how we have to stop Trump from going to war with Iran. And then he's publicly executed. And then he says, and our investigation was suppressed when there was.
So I want to make it clear. Just because I don't think that Candace has the evidence to make her claims does not in any way, shape, or form mean that I think the official narrative must be correct. Let's make that clear.
There's legitimate foreign, like, I think he said data points or something that should have been pursued. Well, okay, I mean, that alone kind of gives license to American citizens to freaking, like, it's in our hands now. And so I don't know.
Like, a motive. And that's what I was saying. When he starts bringing up this stuff about Israel, it's like, this is a motive that should be explored. I mean, Charlie was being pressured by Israel, or I should say, like, Israel-focused donors, the top Zionist donors to his organization. They were threatening money, and he was giving them the finger. And by the way, just by the fact that all of these people lied about it, okay, you have no incentive to lie. It'd be totally fine if that was all happening, and you're like, well, I know we were pressuring him, but honestly, it had nothing to do with his murder. And I actually kind of feel bad that we pressured him about this in the end, whatever. They came out, and it was like a picture of Charlie hugging an Israeli flag. We got Bibi Netanyahu saying, I didn't do it, when really nobody asked him if he did. Less than 48 hours later.
That's not true. Ian Carroll, within, I think, 36 hours, tweeted that Israel did it, which is where what's-her-face from Newsmax asked him.
And then we have his wife Shabbat Shaloming on tour. Like, they were just trying to say to us, you have to accept that Charlie loved Israel and that he would do anything for Israel immediately, which was very strange. It didn't really make sense to me. And the story about, which did get debunked in court, they kept trying to tell us that this was a political assassination. Well, his boyfriend testified that they never discussed politics, that he never discussed LGBTQ issues, and he never mentioned Charlie Kirk to him. Like, there goes your entire motive. So since your entire motive exploded on the basis of the evidence that you are accepting, which you should not be, because Lance was given use immunity in that testimony, but let's take it, let's do it your way. Let's say Lance, everything
you cannot be mad at her for the showmanship. Like, she's doing the damn thing. Like her, hate her, agree, doesn't matter. She's doing the damn thing.
He says we should be like, okay, this is a fact. We should follow the boyfriend. He's not a shady character. He's being protected by the FBI. Nobody knows why. Then if we're going to use that analysis, then Lance told you that the motive is BS. Right? He had no.
Ooh, I wonder if Crucible people are in the chat.
LGBTQ motive. He didn't know who Charlie Kirk was. They never discussed these issues. He was not political in those ways. So now we got to find a new motive, right? We got to find.
Let's just see. Dave needs to breathe. This has to be a psyop. Candace literally conceded, and someone like Dave Smith says she won. Candace, I love you, and I mean this with the utmost respect, but you look like Pennywise at the moment. Okay, so what is MASA? Make America something again? They're saying MASA over MAGA. I don't know what that means. At least Candace fights Fed slop. There it is. Holy shit, Andrew's wife is in here fighting his battles in chat.
Find a new motive. And I presented a lot of potential things that should be explored. Also, Charlie changing his will with Erica, scheduled for 3 days after but he got assassinated that Monday. Okay, so I guess it was Wednesday to Monday. He was supposed to be in an office changing his will. Like, in a normal investigation, that might mean nothing, but most people would go, we should take a look at that. Men don't usually just go and change their wills and then unfortunately die a couple of days before. What's going on? He also wanted to look into the finances at Turning Point USA. So when he just keeps using a stupid phrase, what's your positive evidence? It's like, do you know how an investigation works? Explore these leads. Explore what was going on behind the scenes of the donors. This man was running an organization that had $100 million coming through it. Okay, that's a potential motive. In fact, in 80% of murders, we know that people are killed by somebody they know. So how are we not questioning anybody or even concerned? That's a lapse in responsibility.
Really? That's weird.
Not do that
in this context.
And I think that I mean, at least for me, right? I don't want to overstate this, because people can lie for all types of reasons. And it doesn't necessarily prove what those reasons are. But there is something about how, like, in the immediate wake of the biggest political assassination of my lifetime, and
actually, I don't really care why. Donors are a problem.
With an open murder investigation, how many people just lied through their teeth? It's just like lie. You're like, yo, I'm sorry, but like on some level, you make yourself like a person of interest. I'm not saying a suspect, but
no, she didn't show teeth.
Something when you just come out and start lying during an open murder investigation.
It's
like,
weird.
What are you doing?
It's just weird.
And I got to say, one of these moments, which I just kind of couldn't believe this as it was happening. I couldn't believe Andrew was reading his opening statement to begin with, but I actually couldn't believe that he came out with that text message.
Crazy.
Again!
What is this? What is this with the prepared opening statements? I don't get it. Where did that come from? Every debate I've ever seen has had prepared opening statements. I don't get it.
And there was something, and you, of course, pounced on this immediately, but it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. So now Turning Point is giving you, like, this has been relevant information for a freaking year? Well, and look, there's a few layers to this, because number one, I understand Andrew wants to say, and I understand, I will be, if I'm being honest here, okay, it's a bit of a gray area. But he's like, I'm not an agent of Turning Point USA, I'm just me. But also you did once work for them, you're saying, and also now they are feeding you information. And he can chalk that up to like, oh, well, if you ask in a non-hostile way, like you're being accusatory, so they don't want to tell you. But man, guys, again, this is the real problem you have here is a few folds. Number one, you're not the only person who's been asking about this case.
Correct.
Shout out to Arthur. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. She's glitch.
You don't have to give it to me. That's the whole point.
Everybody wants to know about this. Literally everybody. You're talking about one of the most beloved, adored figures in this world.
Now this Andrew needs to review.
Who was murdered in his youth. Like, everyone wants to know the answers to this. There's a long list of us, you know? And then, like, if they had this, what, you're holding this to get a win over Candace rather than giving us this information? That, like,
put it up on the Charlie Kirk show. Put it up on the Charlie Kirk show.
I mean, come on.
You can do it right here. Why are you doing this to Andrew Wilson?
That was probably the biggest sus thing. That, oh, I just have this text message that nobody knows about.
And this would seem, and also it makes it seem very shady, because this would seem like major, very important evidence. If you're making the claim that no, he was scared for his life, but it wasn't the Israel lobby, he was more worried about the left. Okay, I can fathom that, but like, let me see, why are you holding it this long? But then, of course, the other major one, Candace, I got to ask what this is like from your perspective, is that the one major time that Erica intervened during the course of you going down these rabbit holes, the one time she intervened to tell you to stop, the one thing she said that you were lying about, this proves was the truth. And like, I remember last time I saw you.
What was that thing that they're talking about? That she said Erica lied about something and then it was proved true?
Which in person, when me and Theo came over to your house earlier this year, I came over to your house and talked about Charlie Kirk, and now in hindsight, I got to do that for free. Didn't even cost me $300,000, which is pretty cool. I didn't realize what a value I was getting at the time.
Got him.
But even then, I remember it was right after you had just met with her, and so she had publicly said, "Oh, that's not true." But you even said when she met with you, she was like, "Oh yeah, we did find it on the phone. It was that." But it's just kind of crazy that it's like, look, you guys came out and intervened to say this was a lie. Then it got proven that you were wrong about that, right? Like best case scenario wrong, worst case scenario lying.
Yeah, and I'm going to go with lying. Okay, I'm going to go with lying, and I'm going to tell you why. Again, here's my positive evidence, whatever he keeps saying, but I was the person who presented this to the public, and they lied both ways. I was the one who said Charlie had this breakup with Israel, you know, the night before on text message. They lied, gaslit until I dropped the text message.
And why did Mr. Logic himself, Andrew Wilson, not able to show that? They must have that Bill Maher, Snoop Dogg, portable puff cloud surrounding them. What is this take? Be more specific. What exactly are you referring to?
Point USA could have just come out and said that was true, right? Then
Wait, what?
Gaslit until I dropped the text message. Turning Point USA could have just come out and said that was true, right? Then I say, and that's not it. There were two people that he texted the night before saying that he was fearful that he was going to get killed. And he did not say the left. He did not say the left. If he had said the left, they would have released those messages in the first 24 hours because their entire narrative would have been proven by these messages that Charlie was fearful of a left the night before. Instead, they allowed me to look like I was lying. And then, mind you, I'm saying this in September. It is in December when Erica comes and she sits down with Glenn Beck and she puts on the, like, I have his phone and none of that's true and da-da-da-da. And that was the first time that I engaged her. Like, and I came on my platform and I said, she's lying. She's lying. These messages do exist. And after that, she quietly behind the scenes, because she doesn't like to ever be on record saying anything, said to me, okay, well, actually, the first thing she says is, have you seen the messages? And I say, I'm playing so chill. I say, no. And she says, well, they exist, but he said the left. And the reason why I didn't have them was because it was on their signal chat, which gets wiped. Okay. So let me tell you what's wrong with that. This is why she's walking herself into a trap. First off, I then told my audience.
All right, guys, I got to take Morty out. It's going to take me 2 seconds. I'll leave this playing. I'm not going anywhere. It'll It'll take me 30 seconds. 30 seconds, Dave, Candace, I appreciate the 30 seconds. Everybody go subscribe. Link in the description.
Let me tell you what's wrong with that. This is why her just said to me, okay, well, actually, the first thing she says is, have you seen the messages? And I say, I'm playing so chill. I say, no. And she says, well, they exist, but he said the left. And the reason why I didn't have them was because it was on their signal chat, which gets wiped. Okay. So let me tell you what's wrong with that. This is why she's walking herself into a trap. First off, I then told my audience she's lying. It was actually on iMessage. Dan Flood sent a message on iMessage to Charlie. Like that'll get clocked later, right? But let's assume that what she said to me in person is true, that it was on Signal, it was on their security chat, which wipes automatically. How the hell does Andrew Wilson have them months later then? Like, what's going on? How did these messages suddenly, she told me that she then asked, as if she had never, for some reason, Dan Flood and Andrew Colbert didn't offer this information to her for 4 months as her husband's murder's being investigated. I think that would the next day you would say, hey, this is crazy because the night before he texted me this and he was right. You would say that. Dan Flood was literally providing security to Erica in the aftermath. He's the one who took her to the White House. So we're supposed to believe he never mentioned this to her. She went on to Glenn Beck. Andrew Colbert never mentioned it to her. He's the one that told me about all of these messages. And then I went and did what I had to do to get to secure the information about them. And we're supposed to believe no one told her, but Candace knew in September. And then she wants to think the Signal chat got deleted, but somehow Andrew Wilson has it in his hand and it's going to save a left. I am waiting for him. He has promised he's going to drop these messages. They better be Signal messages, which are supposed to be deleted, but also it's going to be great. It's going to be great. Well, because they keep getting caught in these lies. And this is why they hate me, because I'm clocking them on these lies left and right. All I'm doing is telling the truth. Okay. I don't know why they're lying, but they have not presented themselves as honest people in the wake of the assassination, which makes people think that they are suspicious. Okay. Doesn't mean that they killed Charlie Kirk, but it does mean that in the aftermath, they have been behaving in a very suspicious way.
It seems to me like also at the very least you'd say, look, man, there's an onus on you to come out and correct the record once you publicly came out and said that didn't exist. Like there's a big difference between that didn't exist and, oh, it absolutely did exist. That's pretty 180. And, so when I did an episode shortly after Charlie died where I, in response to you, I read some of the personal text messages that he had sent me. And it was a little bit of a weird situation because, look.
Okay, let's stop real quick here. Did I miss anything super important? That motherfucker pissed like a racehorse. All right. No, I thought he might have to. Because sometimes I just let him out right into the front, and he will just piss on the little grass patch right there. But he started walking. Like, oh fuck! All right, hurry up, let's do this. But no poopy for him. No poopy for him. What? She's smart enough to not bird hand into the camera. Very, very true. Shout out to David Gill over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. If that's why are people calling Andrew Pickles? And it's because he couldn't open the olive jar and everybody calls it a pickle jar. So Dylan, what did Dylan say? They must be high. Reference to Dave Smith talking about the apparent evidence Andrew had to Candace of all people. Yeah, it was not ideal. Not ideal, but on either side. And it's like, yeah, Miss, I had a dream. Miss, you don't know. Yeah, we don't know, but we know now. It's like that's one thing. But you have to have something else. So they do if they, what's that in reference to? I just popped back in, David. They said they do if they think they're going to die. Miss.
So when I did an episode shortly after Charlie died where I, in response to you, I read some of the personal text messages that he had sent me. And it was a little bit of a weird situation because, look, typically speaking, I would never read private text messages ever with anyone. Like I wouldn't read private text messages that you sent me on a show because, like, I don't know, there's talking on the record and there's talking off the record, and so I wouldn't. And specifically after someone dies, I wouldn't ever. So like my default position is like, no, I wouldn't share that. However, it's like everybody was reading messages. Benjamin Netanyahu was reading like things from
Make America Sane Again. I'm down with that. I don't like the like massa. It doesn't roll off the tongue in the right way. But what are you gonna do?
really taken out of context from the letter that he wrote to him. Everybody's right. And the stuff I had was somewhat relevant, I thought, not to anything about his death, but just to the conversation of where he was on Israel and where he was. And so I was like, you know what? I think I should, full transparency, I should show this. But like, just for the sake of argument, right? Had I realized like a week later that I was wrong, and those text messages weren't from Charlie Kirk. Like I looked at my phone, I thought they were from Charlie, but they're from someone else. So they're from Charlie something else or whatever. I made it confused. Well, then like the onus would be on me. I'd have to go back on air and correct the record. So like either way, right? Either way, you could just say, I mean, the onus would, once you come out and say, hey, this other person's lying, but then it gets confirmed that they weren't lying, but they were right about that. I do think the onus is on,
because that worked out so well last time
on you. So I think that ends up making them look very bad. And then I got to say, I kind of was curious on your thoughts about this, because just on the organization of Turning Point USA more broadly, because to some degree, like almost for the sake of argument, let's just say for this, Tyler Robinson did kill Charlie Kirk, and let's even add in, he kind of acted alone. He wasn't even a part of the thing. Like that does, okay, but in effect, we still already know that every member of the Israel lobby lied through their teeth to try to manipulate this thing. We know now that Erica came out and said you were lying when you were not, and it was.
Then why didn't she present any of that evidence in the debate?
Correct. But anyway, the point is, in effect, what's ended up happening here has been really a radical transformation in Turning Point USA, and one that Charlie explicitly promised it would not make. I mean, he went out of his way in the last few months of his life when he was getting, of course, the text message that is now famous is when they first tried to cancel Tucker. He goes, well, I'm going to invite Candace. And he went out of his way over and over again to say that he would never not be inviting Tucker or Megyn Kelly. He told me we were going to do lots more stuff together in the future. I mean, like he was very clear that it's like, look, I'm not. And by the way, he explicitly, kind of said to me at one point, like he's
not a libertarian.
At like Fuentes and those guys, he really did not like them for years of personal issues, but that was it, that he was like, no, dude, like you have a legitimate right to question the relationship with Israel or question Israeli policy. And now you have an organization. He also said Thomas Massey was his favorite
Shout out to Intangible Stud. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. Jade said exactly. She had an hour and a half to put her evidence out there, and she didn't do it.
Congressman. He was a Ron Paul guy at one point, after all. And now you have Turning Point USA not only did not stick up for Thomas Massey when the Israel lobby stole that seat, a foreign lobby stole the seat of a sitting U.S. congressman, as Charlie Kirk's favorite congressman, and they didn't stand up for him. And also, I don't know, I haven't kept up with the latest, Candace, but I don't think you or Tucker or even Megyn are getting invited to a lot more Turning Point USA events. Maybe I'm wrong about Megyn, but I certainly don't think me or you or Tucker are going back to any more. So like, whether or not there was a conspiracy on what killed him, in effect here, him being killed has transformed the biggest youth political conservative outreach organization to be something very different from the vision that their founder and leader had in mind for them a year ago.
And that is what makes people not trust them. Like,
yeah. All right, keep an eye on the timer, guys. I don't know how long this is going to go, and I don't know how long we are going to be here. But of course, all dodos will keep the party raging. So if they go on for a while and you guys want to keep with it, then I'm down. We gotta feed the puppy.
I actually was just so shocked. It was such a no-known from the beginning all the way through to the end that Charlie Kirk did not like Ben Shapiro. It's mind-boggling that his wife would take over the organization, and at the very first big event at AmFest would have Ben Shapiro open after her. That is crazy that they would even allow him to sit in the studio of Charlie Kirk days later. You're going, what the heck is going on? With $1 million in hand, you're just going, what's happening here? And then when Andrew Colbert this was such an extraordinary lie that even Ben Shapiro came out and corrected it. Like Andrew Colbert, I was like, he was trying to help him, but I was not friends with Charlie Kirk, which is like, I couldn't even believe it. And Ben Shapiro was. I said, I want you to actually say he was friends before I released his messages. And I did. And it was going to be way more painful. I released one. I was about to release a whole set. Then Ben Shapiro came out and told the truth. It was crazy. He then tweets, I've never said that Charlie and I were friends, blah, 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 blah. And I'm going, Turning Point USA is so nefarious that even Ben Shapiro is willing to tell the truth about something in his relationship with Charlie. Because I was just going to blast
All right, I'll give Candace the dilly, but even Ben Shapiro's willing to tell the truth. Whether it was the truth or not, That was a good joke.
I had so many messages screenshot, and I was like, every single year, all the way up until the very end of his perspectives about Ben Shapiro. He thought he was a snake. He thought he operated behind the scenes. Ben Shapiro, like everyone, what you think you're gonna be friends with him, and then suddenly he's chronically Ben Shapiro. He's terminally Ben Shapiro, right? And so the fact that they were willing to lie, but Andrew Colbert was willing to lie about that, it means that you betrayed Charlie. You just did betray. You are betraying him every single day when you take and stake positions that Charlie would have never taken. And that is why people are going, what wife would allow this? What wife allows? You hate the enemies harder after your husband has been killed, after your friend has been killed. You would hate his enemies more in the immediate aftermath. And yet she has reserved.
That's from the Bible, right? That's what Jesus said about your enemies. Hate them more. Just good old Christians here.
More hatred for me than for Tyler Robinson. That's wild. Who she unblinkingly said he did this. He acted alone, told Barry Weiss, oh, she has no questions, essentially convicted him by saying, I forgive you, right? You got to do something wrong to be forgiven before anything came out, before she had any more data points. What is that going to make the public think about you? And you have to own that. You have to stop pretending this is Candace's fault. It was felt before Candace even turned her attention and went, well, that was weird. You lied about this text message. And it's because people are observing your behavior.
All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today. Yeah, I was shocked to just, and I think I probably did bite my tongue a bit on some of this stuff at the time, because it's just a weird dynamic, you know, and you know someone and they're murdered and it's their wife, and you know.
That's another aspect of Box talking about, well, court hasn't happened yet, so we're in this weird space where nothing's been judged appropriately, and that always happens. But I think, you know, it being Charlie really, really changes things and makes it personal for people.
But like, also, I just couldn't believe, like, you know, just the type of thing that makes you like question, like, who's around you? Who are your friends? Who's your support? Like, no one, you didn't have anyone who would grab you and go like, hey, like, I don't think you should throw on leather pants and go up there and be all handsy with the vice president.
Oh, I thought that, okay.
Then and have like pyrotechnics and stuff. Like, this is just really, really like.
I thought they were talking about Andrew. I'm like, no, I don't think anybody has, Andrew has anybody around who's be like, bro, you, this. I think too many people kiss Andrew's ass.
You're opening yourself.
And to expand on that, I think too many people kiss his ass and then assume that anything you say that's not in favor or aligned with Andrew, you must be a leftist atheist that hates everything. Like, give it a break.
Up to a whole this looks so bizarre, and like I don't know, it's crazy to me that nobody had kind of intervened to prevent just the obvious thing. The other thing about it that I guess is,
let's test the theory.
You know, in a weird way, probably nothing would have like broken Charlie's heart more than to see where the coalition is today after all of this. And I guess we all kind of feel bad about that to some degree. You know, like Charlie was a guy who really just wanted to keep that winning coalition, the 2024 energy that we all had, you know, together. And of course, because of what this administration has done, I think there was just no way that was going to happen. But it is something where, like, this has been a major theme to me of the last year, is that essentially the Donald Trump coalition has been destroyed. It's much like with the Israel topic in general, you know, when the Zionists would be like, why is Candace Owens exploding in popularity? And like, they would think of everything except for Gaza, you know, like, you have
except for like, you know, we're kind of committing a Holocaust on the side. Maybe that's the problem. It's never them.
How can you debate when there's a genocide going on?
It's like you start this thing, your kind of like journey on revisiting, you know, the Israel question, and you start it being like, you were like, you know, I just had a baby, and then I saw an image of this baby who had like been crushed under a building, and then I'm just sitting there kind of thinking like, oh my God, that baby's as precious as my baby, and it could be my baby, and imagine what my life would be if that happened to my baby. And then like everyone goes, what's her angle here? You know, you're like, I think it might just be that. I think it might just be the thing she said, like the baby getting crushed. Human. And they're like, oh, so is it like, is Qatari money coming in? Anyway, but so there's this whole, but similarly,
yeah. Oh my God. The notion of just saying, oh, you're getting paid by this and paid by that, paid by that. I got accused of Turning Point USA paying me. They have no idea who the fuck I am. We're all being genocided on stolen land. Facts are still facts.
There's been this huge, you know, there's this interesting dynamic where, okay, so when obviously this started with the 12-day war and the suppressing of the Epstein files, and then it was really just solidified by launching this war again and the whole thing falling apart. But at first, When the war first launched and you had those polls that said 99% of MAGA loves these wars,
Crazy.
Ben Shapiro and all those guys, they said the lesson here is that Tucker Carlson doesn't matter and Candace Owens doesn't matter and Alex Jones and Megyn Kelly. And sure, you might look next to their shows and see awfully huge numbers. And every time there's a chart, these are the biggest shows out there, but they don't matter. They're totally irrelevant and there's no connection. Now, a year later, the story is that it's all your guys' fault that the coalition broke up. You went from not mattering at all to being responsible to taking down the biggest coalition ever.
That don't really make sense. David over on Rumble said the news all over was saying that Tyler admitted to it and turned himself in. So Erica is saying she forgives Tyler is not some insane pronouncement of guilt for him. Agreed. I think there's a very different aspect. Like even as a non-believer, I can see the logic and saying like, "Oh, forgive them for they know not what they do," or anything like that. But the person who is more personal to them, and specifically, poking the bear, I don't know. He went fucking off the rails quick, like. When Tucker first, started his channel, he was fucking coming out the gate, had banger shit, and then it was like on a dime, he just switched into this. Well, is on that bad, and maybe we need blah, 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 blah. Crazy. The Funkmaster General said he is right. She should have come out in a black wool morning dress with nothing but the room lights on. That would have raised spirits. Yeah, I think it's just a bad, especially if you say, like, you're Candace, and you're like, there's so much weird stuff here. Then the behavior of somebody who is in such a unique situation, it's not like we've never seen anybody be assassinated that has a wife before. But the specific pieces of it being someone so young, someone who's been, someone who's so young, someone who's so popular with the youth, the company is very big, and they're very front-facing. Like, that's a different thing than, like, if Jeremy Boring, well, if he was still with the Daily Wire, but if Jeremy Boring was still with the Daily Wire, and then he died, and his wife took over and started, that would be a very different thing. That would be way weirder. Now, I don't necessarily think that it's not weird, but it makes sense that you would want to be, okay, we want to make this a celebration. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it in Charlie's. That makes sense. And you can say, I wouldn't have done that, or that's really weird, or whatever. But to say that it could not be that she genuinely just wanted to celebrate her husband and with everybody else. Come on. All right, so remember, keep an eye on the timer, guys. It seems like they're moving a little bit past the debate talk specifically. So if you would like to keep the party raging, to do it.
Whereas, like, what's right in front of all of us is that it's just like, dude, no one wanted another war.
Right.
No one wanted another war for Israel.
Obviously. And the other thing is, support for Israel has completely collapsed. And so people that continue to lie to them about Israel or lie on behalf of Israel are just not getting support. And you're blaming it on me and Tucker. I don't know why you're blaming it on me and Tucker. Again, we were one of the last ones to really join the party, maybe the first out of the Republican Party to say, like, I'm done with this. Getting fired, obviously, publicly, kind of being hung for having a totally rational perspective that genocide is always wrong. I didn't know that there were exclusions on that. I didn't know that genocide is sometimes okay.
Got him.
But sticking to being willing to lose my career and being willing not to change my position for money, which I think is unusual and has built up trust with the audience. Like, if I care about something and I'm principled about something, I'm not going to pivot on those things. But to your other point, this is what's amazing. Speaking about Turning Point, linking up with whoever, they have no morals anymore. They don't care about anything. And that recent piece that they did with Brandy Zazdrozny from NBC. Charlie hated this woman. Talk about the messages I have. She was the...
What is the relevance to you personally of the belief that Jesus existed? Okay, fair. But why in your perspective does that matter? Like a Christian, that makes perfect sense. why does it matter to you? The follow-up being, well, the followers of Islam do a lot more damage answer. Why is that relevant? And we'll go further. I think Christianity has been. That's not the question. The question is, why is it important to you when ranking the Abrahamic religions, whether or not a religion accepts that Jesus existed? If you're an atheist, what does that matter to you?
Original person who did a hit piece on me and Charlie back in 2018. It was like one of our first lessons with the media, how you can sit down with a reporter, invite them in, go take them to dinner. She did pay her own dinner, and then we were just so shocked by what she wrote. This woman is not just an...
Oh, sweet box. Oh, sweet box. There you go. That works. Hey, we got Jeffrey Peters in the building. Welcome. Peter, you still here? I advertised that you were here. I don't know. He hasn't been here in a minute, but I did put that comment a while ago. So, fair enough. But welcome to the party. We have Candace herself on with Dave Smith. They were talking about the debate. They're kind of moving away from that now. We'll see exactly where this goes. But of course, guys, if you are new here, please do hit that subscribe. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and just like right now, sometimes whenever I feel like it, here with the Overlord, and again, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Don't get fired. We need money. Don't get fired. Money is good. Money pays bills. You need them to dinner. She did pay her own dinner, and then we were just so shocked by what she wrote. This woman is not just an ally. No, he doesn't know how to articulate his own beliefs. So he says this, and instead of just expressing an opinion, he's saying he's understanding, well, there's a lot of Christians here, so I'm going to appeal to them. Yeah. That's called lying. That's called being dishonest. That's called being intellectually dishonest and bad faith. And so then when someone like me sees, like, wait, why does an atheist care whether a religion cares if Jesus existed when they have real negative effects in the world? Now, if you're going to argue that, Israel, the Jews are bad because this, that, whatever, I could hear that out. But you're just saying what you think people want to hear, which is useless. Your opinion is very, especially here. I should have never called you the resident lefty. That fucking went to your head. You want peace? We want your actual fucking opinions. Hey, shout out to Let That Water Guy, who won the original debate. Candace won the original debate, but I do think that Andrew was successful in exposing that she had no evidence for her claims, but failed miserably at demonstrating that that's what he was doing. And the aspect of him saying that Tyler Robinson overwhelmingly did it, that was a caveat and a concession that he made to get her to sit at the table. He failed to frame the debate as such. And so the debate then became, who knows more about the case? And Candace wins. Well, no, that's the problem. He will advocate for whatever he thinks that the people around him want to hear. You want a problem? You got a problem. Judge said, I don't hate on anyone's religion as long as you don't diddle kids and extremist, rather Muslim or extremist either, Muslim, Zionist, Christian, etc. Dilly. I can't see too well, but your profile picture looks like one of my best friend's brothers. Nope. He's saying that because he wants you to think differently about your opinions. Instead of addressing the opinion and actually explaining why his opinion is better, he's just going to use words that will trick you into thinking that he's saying something that you should follow. It was pretty much my opinion. I don't understand why you feel the need to do this. Just say what you think. I will repeat that your real, actual opinion is way more valid and useful to the conversations that are going on over you just saying what you think a leftist would say or just playing devil's advocate. I said, interesting. I assumed he was trying to show her claims to be empty and got dragged into the elements of the case he wasn't prepared for. Yep, I agree. He did not do a good, like, because the reason I was used this thumbnail was because I literally said, she lost, that Andrew won. He did what he went there to do, but we had to take a step back and realize that what is a debate? A debate is a form of conversation meant to appeal to the audience, and the audience is like, nah, bro. All right, let's dive back in.
Of transgender.
Keep an eye on that timer, guys.
Far, she's extreme on transgender. She believes that children should be trans. Erica sits down with her. So your husband hated her. You believe a trans furry killed your husband, and you're sitting down with Brandy Zadrozny to write a hit piece on Candace. You'll partner with anyone when it comes to the topic of Candace. But what was in that piece is so telling because they basically say they could have reunited an already fracturing Republican Party, which was fracturing over the Iranian war and the Epstein files, had it not been for Candace Owens.
And yet again, it comes back, and we'll address that. But yet again, it comes back to, well, they never hurt me, so. I heard a lot of other people. You only care about yourself. It's very solipsistic. They didn't hurt me. I mean, how did you feel on 9/11?
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe they put it in writing and didn't realize that. Like, yeah, guys, this is crazy. Charlie's death was supposed to make you forget about the pedophiles that Trump was looking the other way on. You were supposed to make you forget about the Zionists who were involved in the Epstein files that Trump was looking away from, in which, in your good sense, you said, I don't care if I supported MAGA. I'm not supporting someone who is okay with children being abused or is.
Exactly. So when you say the Muslims never hurt me, are you saying that the Jews are behind 9/11, or which one is true?
Willing to look the other way when people who are giving him money are plausibly abusing children. Like, you were moral in that perspective, and we were going to distract you by telling you, "Ooh, but remember the left bad left, bad trans, bad this." I couldn't believe it, but that is their position. And Blake Neff has shared that. Andrew Colvett shared that. That is what they hate me for, is stopping us going back to this basic structure, this paradigm of left versus right.
Which it's so fundamentally misunderstands the dynamic of what's going on. Because, like, in a way, I don't know, it's like they're almost going, first of all, they're going, hit the poll. When they go, oh, Tucker Carlson doesn't matter, or Candace Owens doesn't matter. It's like, okay, now they're trying to downplay your significance as if you guys aren't massively influential figures, which is stupid, But then when they go, you destroyed the whole coalition, or you could have kept it together, you're massively overestimating how much influence any one of us actually has. The thing that people don't get, right, is that there's a mass awakening going on.
A what awakening? A massa awakening?
People like us have been a part of this. We're talking about this, and our audiences respect and enjoy our perspectives and like that we're telling the truth as we see it. But that doesn't mean that we're their emperor god. Like, in other words, if I were to just come out tomorrow and go, yeah, actually, whatever, let Israel take Lebanon and let them kill some of those people, it's not that my audience would go, all right, well, then I guess that's what we're doing. They'd be like, wait, Dave's been compromised. He's not telling the truth anymore. It's not like as if if they took out you and Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan, it's not like your audiences would then go back to listening to Jake Tapper and go, oh, okay, I guess that's what the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, no, like, the truth is that not me or you or anyone else is skilled enough to have spun this away to keep the coalition together. Too many people. The whole point was no more of these stupid wars and drain the swamp. That was the whole point. If we're covering up the most corrupt goddamn thing ever, whatever exactly the Jeffrey Epstein thing was, in one way or the other, it's the most corrupt thing ever in the world. So there's that. And then we're launching more wars. We're killing people by the thousands and wasting hundreds of billions of dollars, all literally so obviously at this point, Candace. I mean, I remember even when me and you first met, which wasn't that long ago, and I'd be like, dude, we fought the war in Iraq for the Israel lobby. And you'd be like, whoa, this is crazy. We have but now, is it even like a thing? You got to convince us we're fighting this war so that Israel can take southern Lebanon.
It was crazy. This was just way too obvious. They weren't even trying with this one. I mean, we're learning that Bibi Netanyahu is in the Situation Room and Trump is sitting down, listening to him, telling him how it's going to.
Link is dropped. I see 3 people that said yes, they will come on up. So come on up.
Go. And then we understand the fundamental stupidity of our own president, that he thought that it was convincing that we would be able to be out of this in 2 weeks, like 2 weeks to flatten the curve on Iran. This is Persia. They've been around. Like, this is not just going to be a country that you're going to overtake in 2 weeks. So you're telling me he's so fundamentally stupid that a person that's in middle school, you could have the foreign policy level of a middle schooler trying to write
well, I mean, we've seen that even adults can't read anymore, so.
A paper, and you would go, no, that's absurd. If you are the president, you go, I don't even need to be deep on this topic, but the fact that you pitched me this stupidity, you're fired. That's what he should have said, right? Like, obviously, we're not taking this over in 2 weeks by, we're just going to have an air assault and it's going to be over. I don't need to be an expert on military. I don't have no military expertise to tell you that is such a nonsense, and Trump went for it. Right? He went for 2 weeks to flatten the curve. That's supposed to be the stupidity that they tell us because they think we're all dumb and we're not. 2 weeks and this will all be over. But he pitched that to a president, a sitting, and Trump said, yeah, no, that sounds good. And in this room of people who we're now all learning are fundamentally dumb, corrupt, and blackmailed, they were willing to put.
I thought she was going to say dumb, corrupt, and black. God damn, Candace.
This room of people who we're now all learning are fundamentally dumb, corrupt, and blackmailed. They were willing to put American lives on the line. And now we're learning about the ships and what's been going on there and people that are trying to jump off of them, because we always knew from the very beginning that this was unwinnable. So the audience is smarter than you think. Okay, that's what the lesson is in all of this. The propaganda is not slapping the same. They've then gone, okay, CNN, MSNBC, they fall and people don't believe them. So we can just employ a bunch of influencers to do what they were doing and it's going to somehow look independent. No, when they all come out with the same talking points, people are recognizing that as well. So you have basically only one option, and it's the one you never want to take. Tell the truth. Listen to the people when they tell you what they want.
She ain't wrong there. Let's bring in our boy, Wicked Dream.
What's up?
Welcome to the party. How are you doing, brother?
I'm good. How about you?
Not too bad. Can't complain for Tuesday night. You know what I mean? It's Tuesday, right?
Yeah. Yes, Tuesday.
So what are you thinking about all this shit?
So she does bring up good points. You can't take that away from her and the things that she says. The only problem is she doesn't bring support for her points. They're all assumptions and really it's just kind of put that down. It's just like my thinks and my feels is with her. There's no real like substance to what she says. Andrew does make good points like, okay, well, yeah, here's this and this and this, but there's also a lot of things. Like I know that there's one thing because I was watching part of the trial and you know how she was talking about, that blurry video or whatever. That's the video that we see. The video that is in trial is a clearer video
I've heard that,
of what they're seeing. So that's little points where it's like, okay, he's right here, she's right there. Like, it's definitely hard to believe that it was just him solo by himself. That part, I do believe that there's more substance to believe that he didn't do it alone than he did do it alone. I firmly believe that because there's no way you're going to be able to, what's the word I'm looking for? Plan this out, I guess, without some sort of evidence or something, or somebody sees something, you know what I mean? Like somebody's going to know, especially if you live in a house with your family and there's a bunch of people who live there. If you're constantly having people over your house, or if you write something down, I'm pretty sure you took a note and it's uploaded, you know what I mean? There's got to be something somewhere that you left evidence of that somebody could possibly see, because you can't do this in like 2 days.
I saw someone talking to Rob Noor about all this stuff, and they were talking about like prints on the gun or whatever, and the person that was talking to Rob was like, "Well, it could have been somebody else in the home." I was like, "Wait, you think that the grandfather or the father or whatever it is that lives with them did the shooting, and then Tyler's taking the rap for it?" He was like, "Well, I mean, maybe."
The problem is, well, because the biggest problem is most people come up with a theory and then they don't try to see if they can falsify the theory that they came up with.
Bingo.
Yep. The confirmation bias. We should be, and it's fine to have what you want. Like, it's fine to have, I hope this is true, but you have to be able to separate, I hope this is true, and is this true? And the fact is that people, in my experience, unless somebody teaches you how you're supposed to be skeptical, and like in science, talking about the null hypothesis, we're like, okay, well, we see that ice is very similar to this water thing, and so we want to heat it up and see if it's the same thing. Then what you have to do is try to test every way that the ice would not be water, so that when you do come to the conclusion that ice is just water, there's no a stone left unturned, and you can confidently say, I know this is right, because I tried to prove myself wrong over and over and over, and I couldn't do it.
And then again, most people also just say stuff without even thinking if it makes sense. Not besides even let's skip the try to falsify a thing, because that's another level of thinking that most people don't even try to consider to do. That involves another level of thinking. So let's take that away and just let's think about if what you said even makes sense.
I mean, I said multiple times throughout the debate that it is possible that every single thing that she's saying is correct. She just doesn't have the evidence for it.
So I would say anything is possible. It's what's probable. Mm-hmm. That's what I would look at. I don't care what she says. What's the probability of what she says? If it has merit to it, okay, let's see if it holds weight. If there's no merit to it, it's just irrelevant.
Right. Yeah. So you who if you had to pick, who would you say won?
So optic wise, Candace won optically, because most people don't know the structure of debate and what Andrew's tactics were, kind of like what you were saying. So if you look at everything, it would be Candace won over here, because there was no, like I was saying before, there's no substance into what she was saying. She didn't back up any of her claims. All she did was just say, yeah, it's a possibility, so therefore I'm right. Well, how do you get to that? Which is what Andrew's trying to get is, okay, well, what is it? What is the thing that makes you think that? And she just couldn't understand the concept of why I think this. It's just, I think this because it's possible.
Right. And I mean, why do you think that someone like him was unable to say that? We could all see it. And again, hindsight's 20/20, but when she keeps bringing up these theories as opposed to the evidence for those theories, then that's supposed to be Andrew's role to call that out.
Right. So according to what he has said so far in the after debate, I mean, which I could see is his point was to more of just expose her than to give pushback, because if you try to push too hard with her, she's just going to shut down. And they said, you can see, so he said that at the beginning of the show, there was like, okay, we have 3 hours. So once he heard her say we have 3 hours, he knew he only had 3 hours of time. Mm-hmm. So he has to utilize that 3 hours. It's not going to go longer. She's going to try to obviously not answer questions, because people with theories that can't back them up never try to really answer a question when you pin them down on it. Doesn't matter the person, not her specifically. That's just a general thing that I've noticed.
It's frustrating, because I wish she would have won this debate, because I do believe she's full of shit, and that doesn't mean that the official narrative is necessarily true. But that would be, to Vigi's point from earlier, if Andrew wasn't going to come in and squash the bullshit optically, then maybe it is that debate was more harmful than good in terms of keeping the right together.
Possibly. You would have to know what the intent was from his perspective. I don't know what his intention was going into the debate. Like,
well, I think you said it before.
He was trying to expose her, but like, what was the motive of how he was going to expose her? Is he just was like, she said so many things. So how do you pick and choose on what you can actually pin down?
I mean, you start with the craziest shit, or maybe not the craziest one, but the one that would require the most evidence, the strongest claim that she's making. I think that him being a patsy would be the hardest thing to not prove. It's not like anybody was trying to prove it, but show the evidence for Tyler being a patsy.
Which is what he was trying to do, was that whole thing, because he kept saying, okay, how do you get to patsy? I understand that it could mean patsy, but what are the things that make you think that it means patsy? That's what he was trying to hone in on. And I think if he would have spent a little less time trying to hone in on the higher intellect questions that require deeper thinking and been a little more superficial, he probably could have got away with it, because I don't think she is into deeper thinking. I think it's just about, this is going to get the attention, so this is what I'm going to say, because that's what her whole show is. It's like a love story, crime series type of show.
Yeah, and
you know what I mean? It's all my feelings. It's all my things.
Yeah, and I think if she was not someone who was very clearly, there is no waiting room. We got the whole thing right here. No, you. No, you. Oh, wait. No. Oh. No, you. No, you.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. All right, Box. Remember, I want to be clear that we've already talked about how when you come up here,
I thought Wicked was doing great. I didn't want to join in because actually I thought
totally
the
fine.
Conversation you was having was really good.
Totally fine. But Box, I need to address you directly and remind you that last time we got upset because you were playing games and you were trying to represent other things and all of that. I won't
jump off the deep end here. I'm just trying to have
a
civil
it's fine.
conversation.
Hey, I'm not even saying you can't jump off the deep end. If that's what you really think, that's perfectly fine. We just want what you really think, not what you think you're supposed to say, what someone on the other side would say, and any of those things.
Most people aren't going to like it. Yeah, most people aren't going to like it. So when I say the thing that you don't like, you just try not to badger me too hard, is all I ask.
Fair enough. So give us the TLDR on what you think about all of this.
On the Candace Owens debate,
mm-hmm.
I think the whole thing's utter bullshit. I watched two dumb people debate a dumb idea that you can't actually prove. Like, the reason we have the justice system is so that they can go in and real citizens can adjudicate this, right? And we just haven't gotten to that phase. So everything we're doing right now is speculation. And I think Candace flew off the deep end. It's true that Andrew didn't really have any coherent argument, but he doesn't need to have one, because if he rests his case with the state, they haven't fulfilled their end of that argument yet, right? It's like the difference when everyone's watching the Rittenhouse trial. It's the difference between like the moments before Rittenhouse, when the jurors come out for that Rittenhouse trial, and right after. Like right after, there was no doubt, right? All of a sudden, everyone that even disagreed with it had to be like, okay, well, this is what happened, right? And we just haven't reached that. You know, the idea that Mossad, didn't like Charlie because of the anti-Israel shit he was saying, flew a plane around him, planted an explosive microphone on his neck, hired some kid that loved a furry to fucking shoot him with his grandpa's 308 that he took apart and put back together, and all that's bullshit. All that's bullshit. He shoved a rifle down his pants. He walked up to a roof. He shot Charlie Kirk. For what reason? We still don't know. You can technically ask him right now. And the other thing here is, I'm hearing a feedback loop. I'm getting speech jammed by my own speakers here. The other part of this situation is not only can we ask him, essentially, we should ask him why he did it, but Wicked was saying, like, he didn't do this alone. And I think that's true. He told people, whether people thought he was bullshitting or whether it was jokes or dark humor or how much weight they put on it, he 100% told people in his life what he was going to do. And then he went and did it. Right. And if those people had spoken up at that moment, things might be very different today. And I would just like to encourage everyone, like, if your friend starts talking crazy shit, you know, you have two options. You can brush it off and laugh, or you could take it seriously. And I'm sure he told people what he was going to do, and I'm sure that they brushed it off. And that's very unfortunate for everyone involved. Also, let's just wait till this court case is done, dude.
Yeah,
the Americans get to judge it. We get the real jury. We get to go through the whole thing. And we'll find him guilty because he is.
As much as I agree
hold on, wait, hold on. We got to shout out our boy, the Bunk Master General. Again. All right, he's back there. So we got a nice little brick.
Each of pieces.
Oh, he's getting close. And he got it. Let's fucking go. And then we got more peanut butter here for you too. Thank you. So, very, very much out sponsoring your goddamn self. Very, very, very much appreciated. Wicked, you were going to say.
Yeah, so I was going to say, I agree with what Box just said about, you know, somebody knowing, because, again, I don't know that he didn't do it himself, but in my opinion, that level of something happening has to require somebody else doing something to help you. Like, there's no way, you know what I mean? If you were to just like mug somebody on the street, it's like you could see like mug somebody on the street. Yeah, you could do that alone. But to like take out somebody like Charlie Kirk, that's not something you can do alone, in my opinion.
But also,
I mean,
okay.
Let me reframe this. Depending on the person, yes, it could happen.
We could find out if like other governments or other foreign actors or intelligence agents or whatever were in his
They have his Discord.
Like an intelligence agency can push a person to do a thing.
But they have his Discord. They already subpoenaed his Discord, and they showed text messages of him through his Discord. Yeah. It was in the trial. It was all in the preliminary hearings. They showed it.
Yeah.
They showed his Discord. Discord. It's all there. They subpoenaed Discord. Discord gave them all of his messages. But you would have to find.
There was no one from Iran or anything, you know, like.
I don't know what your obsession with the Jews is, but it is absolutely embarrassing.
I'm just talking like intelligence, right? Like.
But listen, hold on. Let me try to figure something out real quick.
Hold on. What did I miss?
Box. We're literally trying to talk about Tyler Robinson, and every time we want to talk, you always like the Jews. Your obsession is really like, let's stick to the topic and stop trying to bring the Jews into everything. Like it's really
unless you have clear evidence that it's relevant.
Like that guy's saying, I don't care. Listen, I don't want to hear your opinion on the Jews unless you have facts. I don't care about your opinions of the Jews did this and the Jews did that unless you come with facts. I don't care if it's your opinion that the time. But those are all opinions.
Did Candace not bring up Israel?
So, what were you saying about Israel, Box?
Candace brought this up. I didn't just bring this up out of nowhere. I didn't make this up out of whole cloth. Like, Candace connecting Israel to Charlie Kirk's death is an integral part of one of her many arguments, right? And I just wanted to put that to rest. Like, it's bullshit. That's all. That was my whole point. That was it.
Fair enough. I think that
I hate the Jews more.
It's definitely a weird thing about how easily everybody is legitimately willing to blame the Jews.
Yeah, I do not at all. I think it's a complete red herring. At least in Charlie, they're doing a whole bunch of horrible shit we could talk about if you wanted to. If we're talking about this Charlie Kirk case and the trial and what's going to happen and the evidence that's going to be presented and how it's going to be interpreted and what's going to be allowed and all this other stuff, the connections that could be made with the people he talked about. That's all one thing. But yeah, the idea that Mossad flew a plane around him for 3 days or whatever is fucking crazy bullshit. That's so next level crazy anti-Jewry bullshit.
So, all right. Well, but let's stick with one thing. You said they're doing. What were they doing to Charlie?
Where's my earpiece?
I think
go grab my earpiece real fast.
Yeah, I think one of the deals was like they flew a plane, they were following him or something, and that somehow this is related to Israel, and I just don't think it is at all.
Hold on, Johnny. Stay there. Stay there.
Fair enough. How do you think if they? Here, you drop your peanut butter. How do you think that because as they were saying, like this conversation is definitely relevant. The debate was not, what anybody wanted.
Yeah, but the debate was weird. It was weird.
How do you think they could have reframed it that would have given a little bit better of a conversation?
They could have reframed it halfway through it. Yeah, I think they were both kind of stuck in their trenches and were going to do what they were going to do. You watched two scripts kind of just go at each other and nothing was really, they had their playbook essentially, right? They opened up their playbook. They're like, this is the things we're going to do if they do this. These are the things we're going to do if they do this. And they just kind of went through the motions and nothing was
like a
really
flow chart. Yeah. Yeah. If they actually debated, that would be nice.
Yeah. If they actually debated, that would have been nice. Yes, I agree with that. Yeah.
I wonder
also,
how
YouTube wouldn't let me say this earlier, but Andrew has fucking skinny fat white arms with no hair on them, and he couldn't open a pickle jar. I said that in chat, and YouTube censored me for skinny fat fucking white ass arms.
Why are you checking out Andrew's arms?
Dude, I watched him try to open a jar. I saw
Can we just start there on how you're admiring Andrew's shaved arms? Let's start there.
Are they shaved or is he just nubile?
I don't know if they're shaved.
Because here's my thing. Are you watching on a phone or a computer?
Like a big widescreen right here. It's a curved
big widescreen
monitor. Yeah, 4K widescreen.
So were you like zooming in to see how much hair was on his arms and like kind of see the texture of it?
No, he didn't have to. It's giant. He didn't have to zoom in.
Even on the phone, you can notice. Lutch doesn't have no hair on his arms, but you're a little darker, so it's harder to notice, And I think that Lutch could open a pickle jar too. So there's that fact of the matter.
I don't think Lutch can open a pickle.
I mean, I don't think I'd be able to open that same jar that he couldn't open.
This guy fucking pickle
I would imagine.
I know. I'm just listen. I can probably bet if I tighten the pickle jar, Lutch can't open it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right.
Somebody gets that lucky grip on it, It can all be about 20 hands.
We're gonna have Lutch. We're gonna have Lutch opening pickle jars in 3 weeks. Somebody start donating and do these push-ups.
There we go. We are.
I've been trying to get him a pull-up bar forever. He does push-ups. He does no pull-ups. He does no pull. He only does.
Oh well, that's the thing. I got to add the pull-up bar to the throne list. Yeah, I need to add the thing.
The delts and all the rest of the side muscles of the,
Yep.
Get down.
Get down. Right down. Why don't we hop back into this and see, since they've gone a little while, we can skip around if we need to, and let's see what they talk about. Jesus Christ! What the fuck was that? Are you okay? Come here.
It sounded like a gunshot through my phone.
Come here. You okay?
Did he fall off the couch?
He jumped off.
It sounded tragic.
He jumped off to get the peanut butter that he dropped and slipped and fell into the fucking file cabinet. Jesus Christ. You're not young. You want to come with me?
It's funny when you're young. It's worse when you're old.
Come here.
Stay strong.
All of this right here.
Morty.
Sorry. Starts after 30.
Yep. All right. Let's try. All right. I'll back this up a second, see where we're at.
Leave them so we can just employ a bunch of influencers to do what they were doing, and it's going to somehow look independent. No, when they all come out with the same talking points, people are recognizing that as well. So you have basically only one option, and it's the one you never want to take. Tell the truth. Listen to the people when they tell you what they want. And don't be surprised when you completely abandon every issue that you stood on, every promise that you made, and the people are no longer with you. Don't play shock. Don't play it's Tucker's fault, it's Candace's fault, it's whoever's fault. Blame yourself for once in your miserable life. And that is how I feel about Donald Trump today.
All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is Quince. Summer always changes the way you...
If you guys want me to pause, just let me know.
Well said. Amen. And even as you say it, it's like he also fell for the original 2 weeks to flatten the curve. He was the president at that time.
For real, dude.
Both his first and second term got suckered into a different...
Trump said the war in Iran was going to be 5 weeks.
Funk has permission to not cam up.
Like,
Sorry, what are you saying, Box?
Flatten the curve, fucking 5 weeks to deal with Iran. Like, the government sucks at fucking budgeting and numbers, dude. They suck at it. The only reason I'm not really a lefty is because I don't trust the government to do that shit. You trust me to give the fucking government Medicare for all? And like, what, there's no other option? Like, get fucked, dude. I don't trust them as far as I can fucking throw them, which is not at all.
Based. Based boss. Government sucks.
Can you just spend our money and help us? You do things
Medicare for all sucks so bad that Canada created a MAID program because people have to wait so long to see a doctor.
I have nurse friends in Canada, dude. It's brain drain. They want to leave. They get overworked. They just get depressed because of all the bullshit that they have to go through. It's atrocious, dude. They don't get paid enough. They don't get paid enough to do what they do. And the government stipulates, like, could you imagine Trump? Trump telling everyone what is and is not covered. Like how sway, like what's covered just sways with Congress. Fuck that noise. I like the idea of Medicare, like a single payer option, but it absolutely has to compete with a free market equivalent, right? And right now, insurance is not healthcare. We're just giving dark money to insurance companies. Like, the real question, how much does it cost to fix a broken arm? If you got a broken arm and I got a broken arm and it was the exact same break in the exact same place, how much does it cost to fix that broken arm? No one knows, because the insurance company says it's $7,000 for you, it's $22,000 for you, it might be $4,000 for you, and if you show up with no insurance at all, they might charge you $400. No one fucking knows. And that's a problem. That's a real problem. That's not free market.
Depends
that's
how
not
bad is the break.
That's a fucking horror story.
I mean, it depends on how bad the break is, how long the surgery takes to do it. There's so many different things. And I know this because I have a titanium elbow.
If we took a clone of me and we broke the same arm and we just put us in two different places, we would get two different prices.
Oh yeah.
But
that you're talking under.
You're talking
do you know why
that happens?
Universal or the private?
Your prices depend on how many people are in your area. The reason your insurance prices go up is because it depends on the population. If you have a city that has 50 people, more than likely, something's not really going to happen to you. So your prices aren't going to be as high as a place that has 1,000 people in it, because more likely something is going to happen. So your prices are going to go up for that.
Yeah, insurance is not healthcare, dude. Obamacare was like the worst idea.
Well, insurance isn't healthcare. Insurance is to provide for healthcare. It's two different things.
Yeah, but when everyone cashes out on insurance at the same time, it always just crumbles.
But listen to me. The doctor, that's healthcare. The nurse, that's healthcare. The insurance company is just the thing that negotiates the prices. That has nothing to do. That's not healthcare itself.
We're paying prices, taxpayers, though. Right? And it's all dark money. It all just goes to insurance companies. I'm not a Luigi person, but I understood why he was pissed off. It's like none of this makes any logical sense from a moral standard at all.
Well, of course.
Okay, so you don't believe in capitalism?
I do believe in capitalism. I am a capitalist.
So then how?
Well, how what?
How do you want universal health care and capitalism?
Because we pay taxes. I think we should pay taxes.
And your taxes go towards paying the debt. They don't go.
Hold on. Let me separate these. There's two things going on. I like to pay taxes. With them, I buy civilization. But I also don't really like how we spend it. I think they're bad at how we spend it, right? So the idea is I want the things, but I know they're going to fuck it up and they are fucking it up. But I don't think it always has to be fucked up. I think we could do a better version of all of the shitty programs that we're doing right now. Food stamps.
So you do or you don't want
so much money.
You do or you don't want universal health care?
It's so much money. It's unnecessary money.
Box,
We're throwing good money after bad.
Box, listen to Jesus is talking.
So you do want universal health care or you don't want universal health care?
I don't want universal health care. No, that's not what I want. I want a government system to compete against a privatized system, right? So that everyone gets coverage, right? Like if you really can't afford it, I want to help. I want to feed people that need feeding. I want to help people that need helping, and I want to shoot people that need shooting, right? And so everything in moderation here, I think we're doing a piss poor job of almost all of our social programs. Everything.
How many homeless people in your area do you take care of?
Huh?
How many homeless people in your area do you take care of?
We don't have homeless people here.
You have no homeless people there. You have no people that are in welfare. You have no people that can need.
If I mean, it's definitely you would die. If you just lived on the streets in the middle of Duluth, Minnesota.
Yeah, that's definitely a regional thing.
-40, you would just die. They all go to shelters. We don't have homeless people here. They don't.
I mean, I don't have homeless people around me either. Like in the neighborhood I grew up in.
But they do better.
So what? Hold on. Okay, hold on. Stop real quick. I understand that you don't have homeless people, as in like they're not on the street. They're in shelters, like you said, right? Do you go to those shelters and help those people and give them money?
I have, yeah.
You have how? Like once, like once, twice.
Well, a couple times.
Do you do it every? Do you do it? Do you? No. So because here's what I'm asking you, right? Because what you're gonna box. Shut up and let me talk. Shut up and let me talk, please. Okay.
Donated.
Well, I'm asking you this for a reason, because according to what your theory is about how you want our taxes to go here, you then in return should be taking money out of your paycheck every week and going to pay those people. Every single week, you take money out of your pay. You don't sit here.
Well, no, taxes. I do. We all pay taxes.
Box. Listen to what I'm saying to you, Box. You're not listening again. You're not listening again. You take taxes. We're talking
Box. Come on, man.
Stop.
You're not listening.
You're talking about charity. I'm talking about what Uncle Sam takes out of your check.
Right. Exactly. So talk about what he's talking about. Why are you talking about a different thing if you know that he's talking about a different thing?
That has nothing to do with volunteering my time.
I'm not asking you to volunteer your time, Box. Okay. They take money, taxes out of your paycheck. Yes?
Yep.
Okay. If you want the money taken out of your paycheck to go towards the shelter people, then in theory, you should be taking money out of your paycheck to go help those shelter people, but you don't do it.
No, I pay taxes for that reason.
Oh my God.
I want our tax money to be better managed. It's not managed well right now. That's the problem.
Box, we're talking about two different things. You're not even listening. You're not listening to what I'm saying to you.
I am listening. We're just on.
Okay, so Steelman, my position then.
So the idea is that I pay taxes, and that after I'm done paying taxes, because I believe that we should help people, I should donate more money and more of my time to helping the people than I already pay taxes to help.
So essentially, in a way, yeah.
Wait. Was that an accurate?
You want me to give more because I believe.
Well, hold on. Was that an accurate statement?
In somewhat of a way, minus the you already paying taxes to help people, that's irrelevant. That's not part of my situation.
Some people don't pay taxes. They're homeless drug addicts.
Box. You're getting whoa. He said that's not part of it. So let's see what is part of it.
The part of it would be you taking your money and going and helping those people.
Do you mean in addition to his taxes or instead of taxes?
And instead of taxes, is that what you would do?
Absolutely. I would do that every day of the week, dude. I would be at the soup kitchen right now if I didn't have to pay taxes. Every day of the week, I would be at the soup kitchen. I would be washing the poor's feet if I didn't have to pay taxes right now.
Okay, well, that's consistency. That's all.
I believe him. Shout out to RPW over on Rumble. Welcome. Said all Candace has are wild speculations. A jury will decide Robinson's fate.
The jury is what it all comes down to. We need to take it to court. It needs to go to court.
But David said wrong because I'm assuming that's okay. So David said that's one of the first things I fully agreed with Box on, healthcare pricing. And he says,
pricing is stupid. It shouldn't be as much.
Yeah. Price tax on healthcare is
wrong because the insurance companies tell the doctors what procedures they are allowed to do. That makes them part of the healthcare system. I think that's what you guys.
They also upscale. They also upscale things. Like if you go in with a sore throat, they'll do like an endoscopy. They'll try to throw a bunch of shit on there so that they can inflate what they charge to your insurance company. Right, so you don't get better health care just because they're running a bunch of tests to get paid for. It's a bad system. It's a bad system. We can do it better.
Yeah, 100%.
We should do better. We can do better. And I don't think it's socialist to think that my tax money should do better than what it's doing right now.
Right. The problem is that the people who have the ability to make that change aren't interested in making that change because they're benefiting from the system being what it is.
Yep, that's true. Change is hard.
Funkmaster General said, I will pay his taxes for a year if he spends all his free time washing homeless people's feet. Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's like 12 to 20 grand, somewhere in there. 12 to 20 grand a year I pay in taxes. So it's like, I just want that money to do better things, you know? I want
well,
change.
there you go. That's what
I want Americans specifically just to do well.
That's exactly what Funk is offering you. So you have to pay the money either way. You're saying you're in favor of paying that money.
We have a place here in Duluth called the Chum. It's where all the homeless people go. CHUM. It's an acronym. I forget what it stands for, but that's basically where everyone goes either, to get help. It's like the domestic abuse shelter. It's all that thing. And I've definitely gone down there. I've worked down there. I hang out in Duluth. I see these people, but yeah, the idea that we have just rampant drug homeless people like LA is not a thing in northern Minnesota. It just gets too cold. So like there's a moderating cold has on us.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in Minnesota, you're not. Yeah, in Minnesota, you're definitely not. It's fucking cold. See, me in Florida, it don't get cold. We got hot and hotter.
Yeah, you just get it's just perpetual. It's
today
and worse.
Perennial.
So today our feel like was 111.
Oh.
It was like 65 degrees here today.
He doesn't even watch
70.
his own feet.
I think it might have got 70. I don't know what it was. Maybe 80. I don't know. It was cold.
So, all right, let's see.
Might have got
so here's what we're gonna do. I don't know why the goal timing isn't perfect, but my clock has ran down. So since Funkmaster so generously donated, we will knock another 30 minutes on this. I don't really know if we have 30 minutes worth of shit, but we can find it. Keep the party raging.
I gotta get out of here. I gotta get my son to bed because he's got school in the morning. So
fair enough.
I just want to pop up, say what's up to you guys.
Good conversation with you. I'm glad that I didn't devolve tonight on you. I appreciate it.
You're getting.
I was listening to you earlier. I liked it. So
that's why I can agree with some things you say. You gotta stop spurging out and just calm down and listen for a second. That's it. If you could do that, it'd be good conversations. That's it. You just gotta listen for a second because you can't respond if you're listening. You know what I mean? That's true. So,
I always thought that.
But you guys have yourself a good night.
Peace out, bro.
But that's the spurging out doesn't make good content.
Right. And so, yeah, Box, notice how by coming up here and giving your actual opinions and speaking honestly, we had a much better conversation. The people watching had more to gain, and that's what we want to do.
Absolutely.
Anything else you want to dive back into this for a little bit?
Yeah. I'll mute myself here. I want to watch us rip a doobie.
Let's do it.
Iranians.
Yeah, that's right. But it does
weeks, not months.
You know, if you remember the Jon Stewart joke that he told, 10 months after all the rest of us had told it, but then it was okay to say it when Jon Stewart said. But he goes the thing where he's like, it's the name of the lab, like the lab and the virus have the same name. Well, like in the same sense, you're almost like, well, who would have imagined the Persians would exercise so much control over the Gulf? And you're like, what do they call the Gulf? It's the Persian Gulf. Persia is a whole half of the Gulf. Like, yeah, there's the other Arab side, I guess, but like, how are you good? And even the idea, it's like people don't even,
Funk says, boss, I'm not talking about your time. I'm talking about Tootsie scrubbing. You gotta be there on your own. Well, I mean, not on your own, but there in person, washing the feetsies.
Look, man, like, of course, this whole plan was stupid and unwinnable, and everyone with an ounce of wisdom always suggested that. But look, man, I mean, I remember very vividly, like, I was me already. I was the guy obsessed with the wars and the government and the economy and all this when Obama's drone war program was this crazy new thing.
If it's not beneath you, then go on get it. Go on do it. Taxes paid for a fucking year, bro. I mean, I'll take that.
He had expanded. I mean, it started under Bush, and then he expanded it. But it was like a new thing. We had predator drones that can go like hunt people down, and we have kill lists and all this stuff. And we were the only ones who had them. No other military in the world had predator drones. And the explosion of drones just.
What are you talking about? You're up here. If you have something to say, say it.
Am I supposed to monetize my free will? Y'all just want me to monetize my free will?
He gave you
my goodwill. No,
he gave you an offer.
If it means washing feet for fucking $12,000, yeah, like once a day. I'm thinking I could wash one pair of feet a day for 360. Better, like maybe I might get a sick day, but about 360 days a year for about $12,000.
That's your work day. Like one pair of feet.
Yeah, one pair of feet a day. Yeah, I touch 360 people. That gets exponential, like a pyramid scheme. If
I was assuming that when Funk was saying I'll pay your taxes, that he was saying instead of your job, you now do this.
Oh no, I'm gonna do the job and I'm gonna I'm not stopping.
So what's
my
the number?
Job for $12,000
he said no. One day isn't enough. What's the minimum number?
One person a day isn't enough. One new person a day.
He's paying you $12,000.
That's 365 individual stories.
That's 365 segments of 45 seconds for $12,000.
You got to get a good watch. You got to get between the toes. We're talking 2 or 3 minutes, maybe 5, and we're gonna have a conversation, get to know each other. Enjoy each other's company, kind of a thing.
Fair. So even if we say 5 full minutes,
yeah,
you do 10. That's still less than 1 hour a day.
Yeah, the idea that you break off somebody's connection while you're washing their feet to just wash somebody else's feet right after is like give it a day.
You would wash yourself in between.
No, like
it's 1 hour. You don't need to go.
We could do a 10-minute video of me washing a bum's feet, asking him about his life, right? And then tomorrow I'll wash another bum's feet and I'll ask him about his life and we'll have good
Where did the content aspect of this come from?
No, we're going to content the shit out of this. That's why I'm saying we're going to monetize me washing feet, because if you're only paying my taxes, then I'm not making a wage. You're paying what I'm giving to the government because I'm working.
But you still have your income.
Like if you wanted me to stop working, you would have to pay my wage and my taxes. I'm saying for just the taxes, one person a day, and we will content it.
I say split the difference at 5. Deal.
I 2. I'm not doing 5. That 2.
Driving a hard fucking bargain.
2.
Driving a hard fucking bargain. God
I want to talk to these people. I want to learn why they are where they are. We'll have a whole conversation. Like how many of those?
Speaking of Israel,
10-hour shift on your feet.
10 a day, and we'll pick the best story for content. I like that.
Yeah.
Why not? Ask if they prefer bum, hobo, or why not? Yeah, right. And
the people whose feet are being washed too.
It's instead of asking their pronouns, you ask them, do they identify as a bum, a hobo, or a wino? I thought a wino was more specific to drinking.
I identify with the hobo. The idea that you could just hop on a train and be somewhere else tomorrow. It's always been appealing.
What's the difference between a vagrant and a hobo?
A vagrant stays in your town, right? So if you got a homeless person and he's always on the same corner all the time, versus the guy that's like, oh, we're going to get out of town. We're going to go over there. We're going to go over here. We're going to get high everywhere for no apparent reason. They're very busy people, you know, but like it's the difference between being in town and taking off out of town, essentially. Two different kind of drug addicts.
No. Unhoused is a gay way of saying homeless.
Yeah, it's homeless, dude.
You got him.
Definitely homeless. You either have a home or you don't.
There you go. Words are still words.
Yeah, I'm gonna do myself again.
In the last 20 years now, everyone's got them. They were a huge force in the Ukrainian war. They're a huge factor in this war. And now they got these cheap $20,000 drones. Okay, but what's that going to be in 10 years? I mean, in 10 years, they're probably going to be able to produce these things for a few $100, essentially saying that any Persian insurgency could keep the strait closed. Like even if Benjamin Netanyahu got his regime change there.
Yeah, that was a big blunder of this entire Iran ordeal. That the notion of, well, we have a bigger army, we have nukes, therefore, that illusion is gone. Because we did fight them. And they did do, you know, whatever. It didn't just fucking put their hands up. And they're able to hold us off and control the strait. So, not very good. David said, home is where the heart is. Only the heartless people can be homeless. Damn. Box said, I make drone components. I also make flock components. What do you think about the explosion of the flock cameras?
People groaned when we were making one-way drone components. Literally, it was explained to us like, I work for like, I get contracts from companies that you would notice as like the military industrial complex. It's like, oh, we're going to do one-way drones for these parts. We're not making the whole thing. We're making parts for these drones, one-way drones. They go one way, they blow people. Everyone's like, dude. And then they said Flock Safety or whatever wanted to do contracts with us, and they put in a bunch of orders with us. No one wants to make parts for Flock. I don't know what we're going to do about this. Like we have a small enough company where we can bitch about it to the point where we can just get different customers. But I can promise you no one that is making that shit for Flock likes doing it if they see it on the work order. It's upsetting.
Fucking quit. If nobody is willing to do it, then they can't have it.
Yep. Everyone's talking shit about it in the industry, so like we're just gonna keep talking shit.
I still don't really fully have an understanding of like the whole thing. Like I know that it's tracking cameras and they have facial recognition and your phone and all that stuff, but what are they using it for? I mean, obviously tracking.
They want to know when you're going to the store, basically, so that they can sell you localized ads.
Yeah.
Right. So if I go to McDonald's and I want a Big Mac, it's going to cost me $5.99, and if you go to the same place, it's going to cost you like $5.25, right? And the difference is that they're following you, they're following me. They know you're going to show up. They know how much you make. They know how much you're willing to pay. They put all this information together on you, and then they make an educated decision on how to best sell you whatever you want at the price you're willing to pay, and then you ignore everyone else. It would be like it's like healthcare for Walmart. Like if you walked into Walmart, right, and there were no price tags on anything in Walmart. No price tags on it. You just like, oh, I want ham today. You grab the ham. Like you have no idea how much it costs till you check out. It's kind of like they want to turn fast food into like basically how our health insurance works, where no one knows what anything costs. It's all just some obscure number that somebody pays somewhere for some reason, kind of a thing going on there. And yeah, they want to price people individually. That's what they're using Flock for. They're going to use Flock to price people individually when you go to CVS.
Bullshit. Yeah, we've seen the digital price tags now. But Glow in Dark as Box, how do you feel about the disabled?
Which ones?
let's start in general and give Glow a chance to be more specific. In general,
yeah. Are we talking about the Asperger guys or like the autism guys or like what kind of spectrum of autism do you have?
Well, do you consider that?
Most handicapped people are fucking really cool. Like there's you get well, if you're a handicapped person and you're a Karen, I'm gonna be against that, right? But if we can all laugh and have a good time, then it's fucking fine, dude. I don't give a shit what kind of handicapped you are. We can all get along.
Yeah, Dan saying it's keeping track of all your movements and building your profile.
It's
selling us more shit.
It wants to be able to sell you shit. Yes, that is the ultimate goal.
Yep. All right. So I skipped ahead a little bit in the video. You know, they're talking about all that shit. We'll see what they're yapping about. Do keep an eye on that goal timer because we gotta hit it to keep the party raging. And yes, I will do the push-ups, even though that's a Monday, Wednesday, Friday thing. I will do the push-ups.
A director there, and he said to me, you Americans come to us with your deals, right? You want us to sign a deal. You have no concept of what ancestry means. Like what we don't care about a deal. Like thousands of years ago, our ancestors were here. We know where we're from. We're not going to cut a deal and sell things. We literally rather die than to pay attention to one of your deals. And that's something that it was like, just, okay, they are fighting for something different and fighting for something more. I think it's even why people say, Afghanistan is like the graveyard of empires, because our mindset in such a young country, 200 years, can't comprehend that there's something deeper and something that's more spiritual that drives people that have lived through so much, right? That's why I say you are talking about Persia. You're going to take Persia in 2 weeks. Yes. Okay. We call it Iran. They have been here for so long and they will be fighting for something different. And we saw that when we were threatening to bomb up their infrastructure and a bunch of people just stood outside willing to die, rather than, like, okay, Trump, yeah, we might die. That literally is what they're saying. Could you imagine that happening? It gives you chills to even consider that. Could you imagine that happening in America? And so, that's something that I'm very aware of now, is that they have such little respect for us that even when they get caught red-handed bombing an Iranian school for no reason at all, they go, we ain't do that. Iranian people bad. They did that. They brown. They did that.
Yeah, but that's war. You know what I mean? You're not gonna be like, well, we fucked up. I mean, war is war.
Like, okay, like just at least have enough respect to own it and say we made a mistake. You know, they still haven't. They still have not owned that mistake.
Oh yeah, no, it was even after it was confirmed it was a Tomahawk. Donald Trump was still sitting there. In fact, if you remember, there was the one moment where he actually, it was the most uncomfortable I've ever seen Pete Hegseth, who no one has ever accused of being a genius, but like, unlike Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth knows what a Tomahawk missile is. And so it had come out that it was a Tomahawk, and Donald Trump goes, it could have been from anybody. I mean, it was a Tomahawk, but it's not necessarily ours. What do you think, Pete? And then Pete's like, we'll have to wait for the investigation to cut, because even he knows, like I don't know that Trump knows that there's only a handful of countries that have Tomahawk missiles.
It's not that. It's that Hegseth knows that we, the general people, don't know that only a few select countries have Tomahawk missiles. I did not know until this very moment that only a few have Tomahawk missiles. David said, when was that confirmed? I don't know if it was, if they will confirm it, but according to, the unofficial sources. Box, do you know anything about that? You did say in the chat, we did bomb schoolgirls.
Sorry, come again. I was responding to some other shit, and I was thinking, well, what do we got going on here?
Yeah, so you said we did bomb schoolgirls, and David said, when was that confirmed?
It was confirmed right after we did it. The problem with that was, in my opinion, that we used AI. Basically, that was like one of our first attempts at actually using AI on the battlefield, and excuse me, they were right insofar as that was a valid military base, but they didn't realize that they had packed the school in, like, inside of the base, the wired fence off base. There was a legitimate military base, but there was also this girls' school. You could call that human shields. Maybe it is. Maybe the people that worked at the military base just needed somewhere for their kids to go to school at, though, and from what I understand of that whole situation, we used AI to make that decision to bomb the places we did. And then they just did it without basically double checking, triple checking, and then verifying the AI. They did it, and then we bombed the girls' school, and we killed. I don't know how many kids it was.
I'm sure it'll say here.
I mean, it's a stain on our moral foundation. Period.
So I asked, was it confirmed that the Tomahawk missile that hit the schoolgirls in Iran came from the U.S.? Yes, the evidence now strongly supports that the missile was American and the U.S. forces were responsible for the strike. But there's an important distinction between what was visually confirmed and what was established by the subsequent investigation. Oh, God damn it. Okay. Subsequent investigation. Incident was February 28th. Strike on blah, 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 girls' school in Iran, which killed well over 100 people, mostly children. Go ahead.
What's the other option for that? Like what? Who bombed the girls' school then?
Well, I mean, I think
whose actual ammunition was that? Is it like we didn't actually do
Does
that,
Israel have Tomahawk missiles?
Participated, and that was them. Are we diffusing response?
Does Israel have Tomahawk missiles?
I don't know right off the top of my. We give them the best of the shit that we have, so I assume that they have some.
Okay, well there you go. So, we're only halfway through. Hold on. Kill over.
You laid the case for a reasonable doubt there. That's fair, but I don't.
Well, let's see what it says.
I think it's right. Okay.
What was actually confirmed? A video surfaced showing a Tomahawk cruise missile striking an IRGC/naval facility immediately adjacent to the school. The video was independently geolocated and authenticated by investigators, including Bellingcat and the New York Times. Weapons experts identify the missile as a Tomahawk. That is significant because the U.S. was the only belligerent in that conflict known to be operating Tomahawks in the area. Iran was not known to possess them. Israel was not known to possess them either.
Yeah, they have to. Yeah, they absolutely have to. There's no way they don't have them.
So talking about the video, but here's the important nuance. That video doesn't show the Tomahawk physically hitting the school. It shows it hitting the adjacent military facility.
Yeah, they were absolutely targeting that military base. That military base was a legitimate target. It is right now still. After we killed the kids, there are no more kids there, and now it's even more of a legitimate target technically because we know the kids aren't there anymore, and anyone left over is really holding in. So but all I wanted was just an apology for them to be like, we don't have to explain how or why, but we fucked up. We're sorry about that. We'll do better. That won't happen again. There was no hint of that from the administration at all, and that really disheartened me a lot.
Fair enough. So continuing here, they're going after the military facility. That's why the initial reporting was appropriately cautious. Footage establishes that a U.S.-type Tomahawk hit the military complex next to the school, but by itself, it doesn't prove that particular missile caused the school deaths. ABC News explicitly noted this distinction. However, subsequent evidence became considerably stronger. The reported preliminary findings of the military's own investigation concluded the U.S. was responsible for the school strike, with the apparent cause being a targeting error involving outdated intelligence and coordinates.
Yeah, they used AI. They explicitly used AI for the coordination of the whole attack. It was basically AI predicated. There was very little fact checking. There was some, they did try to fact check their shit, but they missed a whole ass girls' school right in the middle of a fucking military base.
Fair enough. So then it says here, if you're asking, was it actually confirmed to be a U.S. Tomahawk? I'd phrase it as yes, there is strong evidence, including the U.S. military investigative findings, that U.S. forces struck the area with a Tomahawk and were responsible for the school strike. The publicly released video. The publicly released. I heard you. The publicly released video directly confirms a U.S. type Tomahawk hitting the adjacent military facility. The attribution of school deaths to the U.S. strike is supported by subsequent investigation and additional influence. This also means that Trump's initial claim that Iran fired the missile at its own school has not held up. But what about Israel? I mean, this is their war.
Iran. Okay, that's. I was gonna say, like, you're not gonna catch me blaming Israel for this. Like, that's not gonna happen.
Why not?
Like at the end of that, it's that the idea is that Iran shot their own girls' school.
Well, I mean, in both cases, I would be willing to accept that.
I don't.
So why is the so we'll call it
the
and so David's saying the U.S., UK, Australia, Netherlands, and Japan have Tomahawks. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
what is it?
rare.
Hold on. What is it about the idea that Israel, for whom we are fighting this war, among other things, but would not send that missile, but it is reasonable that Iran put bomb their own
It
school?
makes more sense that Iran. It makes more sense that Iran would do it, right? You imagine a world in which, like, the U.S. military drops a bunch of Tomahawks onto what they believe to be a military base, and the Iranians right outside that military base go, "Holy shit, that place is getting bombed," and then bomb their own girls' school for a PR campaign. That's not beyond the realm of possibility, honestly. Unfortunately, but I don't think that that's necessarily the case. I suspect it's more likely we dropped all those bombs on what we suspected was a military base, and it turned out there was a girls' school there too.
Shout out to the Funk Master General. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out, and of course, all of those gifted memberships. My goodness. Thank you. You have a good one. And of course, guys, I'll be live tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern. All right, so let's skip around here a little bit. We are running low, so we're just going to see, is there any other interesting aspects here? We'll call it a night.
Israelis don't even have Tomahawk missiles. Like Britain, what is the accusation here that like France smuggled a fucking Tomahawk to the Iranians that then they dropped on top of their own girls' school? Like it was just too already, and this is before the investigation.
It's messier than that.
It's too ridiculous, but
right, and so they're probably going to get into the thing that we just
read.
It's
way messier than that. Like I say, if you imagine like a small little area get hit with Tomahawk missiles, and you look at it from a short distance, and you could drop whatever munition you wanted on that girls' school, then technically, yeah, that girls' school could have been hit with 4 mortars. They could have been hit with mortar fire. And the fact that all of those other Tomahawk, they look all around, they're like, Tomahawk missile shit everywhere, dude. Everywhere. And it's like, no, the school got hit with 4 mortars. And this is what the U.S. media is reporting. I can totally see that happen.
Yeah, me too. Agreed.
People that we know. That's just kind of a part of the reality. Yeah.
Wait, what's the fact?
Many times, if you just hasn't, you look at like suffering that some of these other countries have been through collectively, together, that America just hasn't. You look at like this is one, as you start talking about the connection kind of between the Russians and the Persians or whatever, or the Iranians more broadly, Russia collapsed twice in the 20th century. Like their entire government collapsed twice, right? With the Bolshevik Revolution, I guess even 3 times if you want to technically count. Like during the Bolshevik Revolution, there were 2 collapses, and then they collapsed when the Soviet Union collapsed. They were invaded twice. They took on losses of tens of millions. Now I'm not even getting into the 90s when their life expectancy collapsed over the crazy shock therapy stuff, and so like they're just the people had been through it. And same with the Iranians. I mean, if you look at their war with Iraq in the 1980s, hundreds of thousands of people killed. Sanction cripple, like these guys, when you threaten them with war, these people are war torn and used to suffering a lot more than the people that we know. That's just kind of a part of the reality. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what when you recognize that, it's so different to go and visit these places. Because I picked up on that and I was going, wow, they are fighting for something totally different than what's being sold to us. And Trump hasn't considered that. Like he doesn't have the depth to be able to consider that. Like he genuinely thinks they can be defeated in 2 weeks. And like you said, you're like they couldn't be defeated 3 times and they're still here. And so I
it's almost like war is not good. Crazy.
Really resent the fact that we can never get a clear answer, an honest response, and that they continually think that we are too stupid to be able to handle that. And it's because they have no reason to be there outside of Israel. That's the reason. That even if they were to articulate it, the honest truth would be We're doing it because BB told us to do it. That's it. There's going to be no upside to the American people. And we've just been doing this for so long and nobody noticed. And we're kind of shocked when everybody noticed. We tried to use Charlie Kirk assassination to parlay that into more support for Israel. We even posted an AI photo of him hugging the flag of Israel on the day that he died.
She has all these things right. She's saying so many right things. She's clicking so many boxes for so many people. She's either brilliant or completely fucking retarded. I can't quite tell what's going on here. She is literally saying all of the right things.
What specifically? What resonated with you in that little clip that we just did?
She's talking about power structures and how our government is fucking us over and how this is not working out for us and all these other things. And like, she said things like follow the donors, you know? She said the Israel bullshit earlier, and then she's like, follow the donors. It's like, yes, absolutely. Like, she's saying all of these things, right? And it's eliciting all these feelings. And then it all comes back to, this is why they killed Charlie Kirk, or why Charlie, and it just doesn't. She says all of the right
spot on or way the fuck out there.
For all of the different people, like left, right, and center are all agreeing with any given sentence she says over here, and yet it doesn't actually relate to what the conversation is. So she's right, and I'm glad she's shining a light on all this shit, and you can see it, and she's right about it. That's why I think that's why people are fired up about her, because she's saying the things, and it just
is David accurate saying I think
I'm saying this
that's your opinion
in real time.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we want. That's what we want. Exactly. Dilly to Box for being in the moment and giving us his real opinion.
Something sucks is going on here. She's either fucking brilliant or retarded, and it might be a mix of both.
Yeah, there you go. So there's your answer. David said, I think Box is calling Candace an idiot savant, and you never know.
Savant is wrong. Yeah,
I agree.
It's not just, it's because of how many different categories of people she's touching with any given statement that I'm feeling it from the left, I'm feeling it from the right, the independents, she's saying all this stupid shit, you know, and as long as you just don't fucking find out what she finally wants at the end, then everything she says is like something that you should just go look into.
Yeah, but I do think, in general, like follow the donors and be honest and all that stuff. Well, I mean, I agree, but it's kind of like, so does
You're getting fucked over by the Jews? No.
All right, so this is gonna be our last little clip, unless we hit all 5 of the donos. Which I don't think is gonna happen.
Whatever even is the correct theory about Charlie Kirk. I said this in my last episode, that there's something to me, I think, also with like, because there's an interesting thing where I go, okay, even if you think Candace has gone down rabbit holes that aren't worth going down, and okay, she's saying when she's pressed about what she thinks, that she thinks the Israelis and the French were involved, but she herself will admit she can't prove that that's the case or whatever.
Of course I can't.
Like, well, right, but like even at the same time you go like,
oh, of course I can't. But yeah, that was the whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
Shout out to Box for the $1. Make you holla. Get that boy his treat. Come on.
It is the ultimate flop to just kind of not, that was the whole point of the whole argument, and she just kind of like fucking skirted it barely and then just lied like a dead person in a chalk outline. I don't understand what was going on there.
All right. So
what happened? What even is this debate?
I have no idea.
What happened?
I have no idea. Like the place of where, specifically Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, but a lot of people, like where they were 6 months ago, 8 months ago, a lot of people have switched up. It's crazy. All right, so we're gonna hop in this this last little clip, see what they're saying. Then I got some push-ups to do.
She can't prove that that's the case or whatever.
Of course I
just go like, well, right, but like even at the same time you go like, okay, like there's always been conspiracy theorists out there. There's conspiracies that are correct. There's conspiracies that are not correct. There's always been people that are theorizing. And like I just find it kind of interesting when there are people who are like really good friends with Alex Jones who are like really going after you for pursuing this path. Or you're like, I don't know, he was pursuing whether the government was trying to reduce the human population to 300,000 in an effort to form one world government. By the way,
and that was a big thing that he said that made me zoom out. And like, because of the fact, like I was talking about earlier, that we understand, oh, Andrew was trying to do this, and this was the lead up, and they've been talking about this forever, and all that. Because of the fact that it wasn't clear in the debate, they're all here admitting and acknowledging, well, yeah, of course I don't know this stuff. How would I know this stuff? But that's what the debate was. And so now, because of the framing and the way everything went down, she can come on this show and be like, of course I don't know. It's like, wait a minute. I thought that was the whole thing.
I would like to think, hold on, like, what is the name of the theory where like no relationship can exist unless a benefit can be gained from it? There's like a word for like what no, well I mean in this case both of them gained. Like, she walked away with the bag, so she won. I'm pretty sure Andrew walked away with the bag, so he won. And in the end, it doesn't really matter what they say, because they both just made a shit ton of money off of all of our backs, and we're all talking about it like it means something.
Well, and don't forget about the fucking super chats.
It's like listening to a Kanye song and then trying to interpret it. You know, it's like, just go fuck yourself. Like, what are we even trying to do here? I jumped up at you. There you go.
I'll give you that one.
Come on, there's a real metaphor in there. That's a real metaphor, and back that up. But no, for real, like what are we doing? What are we doing, dude? We're getting fleeced right now. Our sailors are on boats they want to jump off of right now, right? Like, fucking home ownership's at an all-time low. Jobs are about to be revealed to be like at an all-time low. Like, we got
things are bad. We know, boss. We know.
We're worried about space lasers and fucking exploding fucking microphones. Woo!
David,
what a wild world we live in, dude.
David said, I've watched 5 minutes of so many episodes. She said it was the Freemasons, the French Foreign Legion, Mormon communists with beehive insignia, Israelis using Egyptian planes, TPUSA, the feds. Don't forget Erica herself. Crazy.
I almost joined the French Foreign Legion.
No, I'm still just more angry at the George W. Bush administration. And like, in this example
you can just do that
you're talking about here, it's not as again, I guess more or less what I'm saying here is that it's like, there's, when you said something else is going on here, something else where it's like, yes, I think what you said, that you have very effectively changed the conversation from being like, oh, we're gonna rally around kind of rah low IQ conservative slop, which I've seen a real effort to push out there. Like, it's the left versus us. The left hates all of us. And it, like, you know, and don't get me wrong, there are disgusting leftists out there. There were people who were celebrating Charlie Kirk as the creepiest thing in the world. But actually, that's kind of a pretty isolated, sad, mentally disturbed person. I don't know that does represent the left broadly. You know, like, I don't actually think that's true. And so, like, I don't know. I guess I do question, like, what the motivation with a lot of these different things are. And look, there's no question that I think you're really onto something when you say that that's what this was supposed to be used as. But not implying that it was done for that reason, but simply saying that a lot of people tried to manipulate that to be like, hey, we're going to make this a rah-rah. We all get back into the coalition. And then, of course, we're supposed to just not question the fact that even though you've won the argument, Ben Shapiro gets to be in charge of the policy somehow. You know what I mean? Like,
it's
even though, like,
crazy.
and we're supposed to just fall in line with that. Whereas, like, the thing is, like, no, that's not what we think the appropriate response to this is. We're not just going to support neocon policies because a guy who didn't support neocon policies got tragically killed. That doesn't make sense.
It is kind of just amazing that it's particularly people who support Israel who want the investigation into Charlie Kirk's death to have been open and shut. I mean, that's just, it's, I notice patterns. It's kind of weird. I haven't seen one person who's radically pro-Israel be like, oh, that is kind of weird. You know, that is kind of weird. This happened. Weird. Bite every conspiracy theory, but to not recognize the anomalies in this case, like, they won't even be like, hey, that is kind of weird that Joe Kent was shut down from investigating foreign ties. No, they all attack Joe Kent immediately. Joe Kent is this. He betrayed. He leaked all of these things. Guys, that's why people find Israel to be suspicious, is because none of you will even concede the points that are easy to concede. Like, if I was actually, like, let's say, and this is hypothetical, that Israel actually killed him. If I'm in charge of the PR policy, I'm going to say to my PR people,
Israel actually killed. Hold on. Like, I was getting badgered earlier. I don't mean, Wicked, we made some progress tonight. But he was like, oh, with all this, I was like, I thought that the Israel part was like an integral part of of the conversation, and she just brought it up again. She brought up the Israel thing again.
I didn't specifically hear what you guys were saying. It seems like you were just
just wanted to
addressing
reiterate that point there, that like the Jews did not kill Charlie Kirk, and the idea that she floated.
Are you sure?
I'm fairly certain. Fairly, like 90%.
We don't know.
Right?
But
we don't know. We don't know.
But we know.
Lean in a little bit, like recognize the obvious, be like, hey, that is a little weird. About we should investigate those Egyptian planes. He should be allowed to take a look at foreign involvement. Maybe it's Iran. I think Iran did it. They were just completely like anti-Joe Kent, Turning Point USA included. That's why people think you're shady, right? You're attacking Joe Kent for telling people I was not allowed to investigate foreign ties. That's wild.
And of course,
how is that not a natural partnership for you to bring him on when he leaves? And Erica should be shocked by this. Instead, he's saying Kash Patel didn't let me do this, and Erica's friendly with Kash Patel. That's crazy. It's a total inversion. I'm sorry people are noticing those strange anomalies and thinking that it makes them uncomfortable. And yes, this is going to shock you, Dave. Like I really don't think if the government is actually involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, they're not going to want you to have the evidence. It's a crazy thing. JFK assassination. Where is your hard evidence? You know what? I did call the military and ask them to confirm whether
we still don't have information on Vegas.
When he was pushing me on the France thing, I'm like, this came from a military source. I did everything right and reported this. What else am I going to be able to do? That would be the job of Tulsi Gabbard's office, the job of the White House, the job of our military to investigate. Like they're putting the burden on us because they don't want to do their jobs and look into foreign ties.
No, it's because you made clear claims. It went beyond, hey, this is weird. I'm just asking questions. And it went to, I'm making claims against people in the coalition that has been shattered and now is a much smaller coalition. I guarantee if she had never implicated Erica or TPUSA and had just stuck with the French Foreign Legion, Israel, and all the other things, then this wouldn't be a big deal.
The French Foreign Legion is pretty cool. If you have domestic problems here in America, say you owe child support or whatever, right? You can technically join the French Foreign Legion, and they'll give you French foreign national papers. You get a French passport. They'll provide you with a new name, and you can basically restart your life if you join the French Foreign Legion. It's a very real thing. I considered it. It's very cool. Like their age limits, I think they went up to like 40 or something like that. Like you could just go join the Foreign Legion, and they will send you into whatever meat grinder France has going on at the moment. And they continually have a meat grinder going on for some reason. France has always just been based. I don't know what's going on with that, but nothing wrong with that at all. But Candace she's off the deep end. She's off the deep end. She's juggling too many plates. Everything's spinning. Any idea goes, and it's like me on a bad night. I can appreciate your guys's incredulity to like the idea that you just take any position that suits your needs on any given night, so feeling a little bit of myself and Candace right now.
There you go. There you go. So final words for the people about the debate, about Charlie, about Tyler, about anything that we discussed today.
The whole fucking debate made us dumber. This whole thing made us dumber. I think we're all slightly dumber. I award no one no points. And may God have mercy on everyone's soul.
I'm glad that people understood the relevance of, even though it was a silly debate, covering it and breaking it down was important. Not like important in the grand scheme, but like for if you're in this world.
I think it inflamed retards. I'm pretty sure it inflamed retards is basically what that did.
Indeed, that's my did.
Read on the situation, so.
Fair
it's okay.
Enough.
We're gonna go to court. It's gonna go to court. We're gonna figure it out. They'll be provided the best possible evidence. Our fellow countrymen will judge, and we will, just accept it or appeal, one or the other. So, and that's fine. That's how we do it.
Fair enough. Well, thank you very much for hanging out, and thank you for being actual Bucks. This is much more enjoyable for us, and I feel like you had a little bit more fun this time than last time. So that box is the box that we know and love. Shout out to Box. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. I'm not gonna go there, but yeah, I worked before, and then we did the gaming stream. I'm gonna ask and see what you guys think of that. I'm going to, put that, on the community tab and be like, yo, just check this out. Is this something that you're interested in? Whatever. I would love to do more stuff like that. I also would love to do more things, earlier in the day. Like I said earlier, like if I was going to do something, usually on my off days, meaning not Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, then I feel like I've got to go live at 8 because that's when everybody is around, and I want to start broadening that. There's people who maybe are working but can still listen. People who, whatever the case may be. I know that there's people online, like people are streaming all day, and there's people in their chats. So I'm gonna bring them into our chats. Yeah, right. Unless Box gets Epstein or unless Tyler gets Epstein before he go to trial, that would fan Candace's flames. And I mean, hey, that would be fair. That would be fair. All right. You know what time it is. That is $84, which is 42 push-ups. Let's do it. Bang these out. Let's fucking go. 42. 1, 2, 3. Great. 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 40, 41, 42, and 1. Let's fucking go. Woo! All right. 1 minute and 18 seconds, minus the time that it took to get up and go down. There we go. So we'll call it a minute flat. Woo! Thank you so very, very much for hanging out, guys. I really do. I think maybe Thursday or over the weekend or something, I'm going to do that gaming style stream that I did earlier today at a time when I would usually stream. Number one, I want to see like what the actual interest is, and you got to isolate the variables. So I went early and did something different. And so if it goes well or if it goes bad, I don't know if it's because I went early or because of the gaming. So I got to do the gaming at the regular time, and then normal political stuff early. Holy shit. Well, that's the thing about the games. Like you saw when I was trying to do Until Dawn, this computer and StreamYard just can't handle it. And so, like, here, I'll give you a little outro. Where is it? It was me fucking missing the ball. All right, I gotta get a feel for the. We didn't even put the music on yet. Early. See, why does the bass on this It's fine. She is out of here. Versus. See, why does that sound so tinny? Yeah, but hard as fuck game. It doesn't have to be like by the fucking minute. So yeah, just simple games that just hanging out. And then I was also thinking, Confluence does that. And what Confluence does is, I mean, of course, he uses OBS. I guess I could still stream either way, but he'll hang out in Discord. And so the game will be playing, but then people can come in and chat. But I don't want to do that because then if you're in the Discord, then you're not going to be in the chat. I mean, some of you will, but All right, guys. I am done. I am ready to go to bed. We got, yeah. Anybody watched Lanterns? Maybe I'll save that for tomorrow. I don't know. Rewatching Breaking Bad yet again. If you haven't seen the shorts I've been putting out, make sure you check them out. And just in general, keep an eye on my our boy First Offender. He did show me this game, and it is a fun game. So shout out to him. That's it, right? I ain't got nothing else to say. Shout out to all of the donations. We had FB early on with the 20. We had Real Black Betty, man, blam. We got Josie getting wild a little bit. We got our boy Funk Master General. We got the $1 make you holla. And of course, sponsor of the stream, nothing new here. Thank you so very, very much. Oh, now I look better. All right, guys, thank you so very, very much. Once again, we've got the Overlord, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Until next time, guys, which is tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, we are out of here. Peace.